く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさの指示何を見て何を探して
Hello, everybody. We are here for the semifinals of Blue Otter Diamond League. We've got a really jam-packed Otter Talk here. We got a lot more guests than we've had the entire season. We've got 2 members from Akuma. We've got Basing and Matt G. We've got Dwamni and Marzion from Mars and the Four Wards. And obviously myself, Out Battery, with Isaac. Glad to be back, everybody. I missed out on quarterfinals last week, so I hope that the Game 5s were fun. But kind of just going down the list. How are we feeling about playoffs so far, guys? Let's Basing, come into you first.
I mean, I can't really tell you how I personally felt about playing in playoffs so far because I haven't played yet. So
yeah, okay.
But from the sideline, it seemed interesting. You know, it's the first best of 5 I'll play in Fearless format of an actual tournament. So I'm excited more than anything.
Nice, Dwam.
Feels good. We made Shactus retire, so that was fun. And let's just say I wanted to shoot my AD Chris for some of those games, but we got through it at the end. Should have been a 3-0, but I'll take 3-1.
I was talking to Tough Daddy on Elysium, and he was saying, I really wish I could have just gone to bed earlier because I did not want to have to play a full 5-game series. And I told him maybe you should just stop having 40-minute games. I don't know what it is with Elysium, but they always just have 45 to like 50-minute games, and it's really, I hate it when I have to step into review and I have 4 or 5 games and I just see there's a 50-minute game, then a 40-minute game. It's just a waste of my time. Like, come on, guys, be courteous, end the game faster. Marzion, welcome to the show. Wanted to ask how you were feeling about the team and kind of your lookout on playoffs.
As in my team.
Yes, and you.
Okay.
Eh?
To be honest, I think we're pretty strong. I mean,
no.
I'm gonna be biased always, but I always
Yes.
think we're gonna win the finals, right? I mean, OMG and Akuma are good contenders. I think it's gonna be a fun semifinals and finals, which is obviously what matters the most because I feel like we haven't had a ton of competition in BOL yet.
Fair play, fair. Matt G, you know you're one of the most beloved members of Akuma. If you check the general chat,
Oh yeah,
kind of,
definitely.
if you want to recount Game 5 or last week or 2 weeks ago, week 9, and how you guys were feeling coming into playoffs.
Oh, who did we play in the last weekend? Oh yeah,
Elysium.
we played Elysium. Yeah, that was a series for sure. A little interesting just because the AP Cog pick I wasn't really, I guess, not aware of, but it was nice that they showed that. So a little extra scouting, but I'm feeling good going into this week.
Cool. Let's just straight on kick it. Isaac, if there's anything you wanted to add, I know you were on the show last week. Did I miss anything fun?
Yeah. Okay. So in regards to the Marts and the Omega Goobers series, since we had Flame and Sourcewalker on last week, they both said that if they reach Game 5, it's GG. They win. I went comments Mars. Dwam,
Yeah. So
since you're here.
Okay, I'll say right now, I don't disagree.
Oh, okay.
We end in,
All right.
that's crazy.
We end in 4 or we lose in 5. I will call it right now. I'm
saying Mars unlocked with free champion picks cannot win.
No, it's not just Mars. It's the whole team. But it would it be?
So, well, one thing I used to be on OMG, and one thing I would really kind of preach to them is that having a smaller champ pool that's more focused is going to make you a better player overall. However, I've been playing this game for like 11 years. I don't actually have a very small champ pool, but I'm only going to play what I think is good.
I've been hearing rumblings of a certain Yordle champion. Is that a potential to come out in Game 5?
I will not comment.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. We've got our predictions. I'm kind of scared now for watching that game. If we get the match history from that, kind of scared to see what happens if you guys do go Game 4. So we have a lot of people on the show. Obviously, we have more than I think typically than we have. Usually have 2 or 3 guests coming onto the show. So not all of our predictions, but we do share a large portion of them. I think across the community, everybody is thinking Akuma is going to be the one that's taking it today. If we have any possible dissenters for Elysium, now is your time to speak. I think the only person that actually voted for them is Crisp, and he's currently not here. I'm sure that one of your other teammates is currently mollywopping him in the head. So if Dwam or Mars want to do a Crisp 10 impression real quick and kind of give some thoughts on how maybe they win that series.
Okay, well, Crisp is absolutely delusional for saying Elysium will 3-0, but I'm not gonna lie, I can see a 3-2 angle. Elysium plays really scrappy, kind of like us. So I can see if Akuma choke a bit, which they might be able to. I
think
can see Elysium going 3-2.
I think you might have messed up the rank or like the predictions a little bit.
Oh, the graphic part of it?
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. I think I see it. I mean, he put 3-0, but he's also the only person in the community to have full-on correct predictions with series score and correct winner. So maybe he just got an early copy of the script that I don't know about.
Hey, I will say my prediction of 3-0 Elysium Ares last week really should have been the case if you keep the results of game 2 and 3 if they didn't absolutely giga throw game 1. So I just put some I'll back my own thing there and say, but I mean, yeah, to be fair, to a Crisp, he is in fact the only one who got the scores right.
He's just the GOAT. Crisp is just the GOAT. If you want to keep watching
knows.
the GOAT play, just put him on Corky. That's all you gotta know. So kind of, I wanted to do a little bit of a retrospective just because we do have a lot of you guys that are, top 4 in the league. You guys have been playing for this entire season. I know that I put out my list. Flame also put out his list. And since we do have a couple of the top laners here, I wanted to ask how you guys were feeling and if there's any changes you guys kind of felt towards top 5 of the league in terms of the player rankings, if you remember some of it.
Well, I can speak for top lane if you don't mind me going first.
Yeah.
I think you and Flame are both. I think Flame is number 1 no matter what. I think number 2 is interchangeable between me and Basting probably.
Yeah.
And 4, I don't know. I actually would put Rover 4, but that's just me. I think Rover was elo held.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think Flame is the clear one. I think me and Dwam, different playstyle a lot. And so, like, we're better than each other in different aspects. So it's sort of hard to, like, rank straight up. But yeah. I do think Rover's the next best, and I think there's a pretty largeable gap after that.
Yeah, I said after top 3 in top lane, I was like, I just throw names on the board. I thought Sussuration's first half of the season was pretty meh, but he's gotten a lot better. And I think, unfortunately, Rover probably individually had a lot of okay games, but he is very much elo held by what his team was able to accomplish this season, which was not much. Kind of looking at our mid lane list, Marzion, obviously, I have you number 1. I think Flame had you number 1 as well, but it has been a little bit since I've actually read his article. If there's anything you want to kind of say about some of the mid laners here in the league and kind of your thoughts.
All right, so Akuma might hate me a little bit for this, but
go for it.
I mean, I'm not going to comment on my spot, but I've faced some of these mid laners through different leagues. The only person on this top 5 I haven't faced until this league is LL Cool J's. I would say the scariest mid laner, now the one that actually makes me think about laning, is Midnight. And then Vailder is a good mid laner too, so I would say...
And Naysayer.
I would say Midnight is like if I'm like removing myself, I would say Midnight is first, and then like a close second is Vailder.
Okay.
But I don't think he shines on OMG just because the playstyle they have isn't really mid focused, but that doesn't minimize his impact on the team.
Okay. Fair play. I'm trying to now find where the hell Flame put his article because I'm going through official media and I can't see it.
Wasn't it in
It was in
unofficial?
Is it in
Is it
content?
unofficial? content. I think.
There's an
I
unofficial
thought it was.
content.
I thought it was
Yeah.
content.
I knew it wasn't just me who had trouble finding it. It's an official.
Yeah.
Oh.
Matt's fucking lying to me.
Wait, I mean it's Matt. Yeah, it's fine.
I love
Sorry,
It's
spreading
Matt's
misinformation.
Yeah, yep. There we go. It only took us like 10 minutes to start flaming Matt. It's fine. I think that's perfectly okay. Kind of looking back on your seasons. Obviously we have number 1 and number 4, like 1 through 4, I guess, kind of going throughout the rest of this season. I guess for the Akuma guys, is there anything going forward that you are kind of hoping that you guys are able to prove, or do you think that your regular season and this hopefully upcoming series will prove kind of what you wanted to in the season, like your own personal goals, I guess, is more of what I'm asking.
Um.
I love basing it.
Yeah. I don't really have personal. I think for like most of this Akuma roster, it's somewhat of a goodbye because there's probably at least 2 members who are going to stop playing comp after this split. And it was talked about like the split before, and then we won BOL, and they're like, okay, let's do another BOL split. And so I don't know. I think people just want to like end playing comp after winning a league, especially since we won it last year. So it feels better to go back to back.
Sure.
Lucky basing you're leaving.
Yeah, man, I'll be back in 15 weeks.
What does that mean, dog? You're gonna go play Masters?
I'm gonna go get ready to learn Japanese.
Oh my god.
Semester abroad.
Oh, let's go. That's awesome.
Heck yeah, man. Go on.
Yeah, that's really cool. For the Mars guys, like any personal goals you feel like you either have personally accomplished this season, or are looking forward to kind of prove as we get further on into the split?
You should go first one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I actually only started playing top lane like 2 months ago, or 3 months ago. I was jungle before, and I think I've get better and better every week. So I'm glad about that. As for the team itself, I have not played with a more chaotic team in terms of scheduling in my life. So my
Yeah.
jungler lives in abject poverty, so he has something broken every single week. I am not even kidding. Week 1, it was broken mouse. Week 2, broken internet. Just last week, like his roommate like destroyed his router, so we didn't know if he was gonna play till like an hour before. It was depressing.
So I think I'm okay with saying this because we're past the statue of week 1. I was talking to your jungler, and he was basically saying you guys were gonna have a bunch of e-subs coming into week like quarterfinals, and he was like the team is going boom after this. So I don't know if maybe that was just the fact of like only one of you had to maybe step off. I don't remember exactly the context, but I was very worried last time we had him on the show. 'Cause he basically made it seem like you guys are gonna do very well in regular season and then just basically bomb out of playoffs because you guys are all going on super vacation or whatever.
Yeah, so I scheduled a vacation like right before playoffs, not intentionally. Okay. I noticed it after, and then I forgot what wait, Mars, do you remember what happened
With what?
Theo? What happened with him?
So essentially, Dom scheduled his vacation, and then we managed to reschedule with FBD. But we also, or not managed to reschedule. They refused to reschedule, but then our jungler was like, "Hey guys, my USB port is like burnt out on my computer, so I can play if I like put my keyboard." He wanted to keep his keyboard on his lap and like do some other random weird shit. I was like, and he also had no audio. I was like, nah, we're not playing with that. so I like went out and like made this entire calendar schedule and like sent it to like some of the captains to get it to be what it is now, which is what we played on Tuesday, and then we're playing OMG on Sunday.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But in terms of like the team itself, I would say that's like the only. The jungler being in poverty is the only thing trying to separate us.
So you're telling me is that if you guys win the winnings from this competition will go directly to getting this guy to lifting him out of the tax bracket.
He needs it, for sure.
Okay.
We
All
will
right.
all donate.
Well, there you go. That's what I like to hear. Community funding, community crowd raising here for your jungler. Mars, is there any personal goals you had coming into the season before we kind of move on?
To be honest, I kind of just want to play and get better. That's all it is.
Cool.
Playing against a bunch of like people I've seen in other leagues and former teammates and stuff is always fun. Seeing the content, seeing Shactus break free is great.
That was
So,
truly beautiful.
Yeah, all this stuff is great, and it's nice that we kind of like have gotten to where we are. But I mean, I like this team personally. They named themselves after me.
Yeah, I would too. I would too if my teammates decided to name us something along my own name. That'd be great. Okay, so Wookie, I have a clip. Can we run it? I'm gonna assume. Okay, cool. So this is one of the clips from your game. We'll talk about something else at the start of every single one of your games, but this was just a very funny clip to me. This was your soul fight going in. Multiple of you guys had died. This was a very kind of back and forth game where Dwamni, you kind of did the thing that I've been seeing from you the last 3 weeks, which is just destroying enemy top laner for the most part on range tops.
Oh, no, not this clip.
And then this clip is just funny for multiple reasons. So Shactus this entire game has had Dwam in his lane, in his face, just destroying him with no jungle help. And then Kraydog steals the dragon and its soul. What comes next is the more funny part to me. Shactus sitting here. He's not had a great game. He's gotten counterpicked a few times. And we'll hit the zoom in a second here, but 90% no crit. And that's it. That's the whole clip. That's just me having a little bit of fun checking on his stats. He actually does have 90% crit and he doesn't land it. It goes down to 28 HP, which I feel bad. But it just felt more like an ongoing kind of the woes of Shactus in this series.
This clip is an example of why Cray is the true number one support in this league.
True.
Very
true. Very true. So talking a little bit more about this game, can you guys explain what the hell happened with the chili?
What?
Each member of our team had to pause in the beginning for a completely different reason. So
Yeah.
Martin just said, "Oh, we dropped chili," I guess. And,
Yes.
that caught on.
Imagine me, who I'm just sitting here like by myself, just listening to I'm watching the VOD, and I see in chat, like a pause has gone through. They say R, and it's my jungler dropped chili on his lap, and they're cool about it. FBD are like, oh whatever, like that's fine, sure, like we'll do it. Game 2 happens. There's another pause, and they just go, what happened now? It's like, oh, my top laner dropped his chili in his lap. And they're like, So,
I don't recall any of this. I feel like you might be making allegations.
I mean, I could pull up the VOD right now. I just don't have enough time to actually record all of it for you. But I can post it in general chat and at you if you want.
No, we're good.
Okay, cool. Yes, all right, cool.
Although we really appreciate Final Boss Diamond for being so patient and rescheduling.
Yes.
So we could play with our full roster.
Yes.
That is
And
very
I will
nice.
say, Walt is elo held on that team.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You wanna defend Walt for a second here?
Yeah, he has to play with the Shactus.
What about
That's
the
all
other
I-
3 teammates? What about the other guys? Are they not elo held? Or are they appropriately allowed to play with Shactus?
LL Cool J's is their mid, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he's pretty decent. Support, I don't seem like a non-factor in most of the games we played against him. And jungle, okay, we are so bad at just giving jungle free kills. So every jungler looks better than our jungler, even though our jungle is actually like playing the map correctly. So
Your jungle is pretty good. I don't know what you're talking about.
yes,
I mean, you guys
no,
just have...
but he should be like
I-
ranked higher if we stopped inting to enemy jungler.
I mean, I just hate your guys mid game. Your AD carry just dies really randomly, and you guys just... There's a lot of fights I've realized, at least in the last week, where we are just not fighting with our top laner for some reason when he's really strong. It happened in the Mordekaiser game, that happened in the Elysium series. They just refused to play with their Mordekaiser, who's extremely fed, versus Nick, which was weird. And then they lost that game. Whoop-dee. So turns out you should just play when the strong guy on your team can play the game and play the map. That's when you should probably look for team fights. That's usually what happens anyway. We're kind of wrapping up towards the end of our show here. But for you guys, is there anything you guys feel like we missed, or that you specifically wanted to talk about before we kind of close out? Not everyone at once, people. It's fine.
I don't think so.
I just want to correct the predictions. I personally
Sure.
had Elysium 3-0 LB copy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had personally had Elysium 3-0 Akuma, so I'd like you to fix that graphic. And
We
also,
can.
I can't. What's up? You said you
We
can't.
can. But later.
Also, I just want to confirm, Dwam, did you actually put OMG winning against us?
Don't worry about it.
What?
Okay, I will say. Okay, I'll say one thing.
This guy knows ball.
I think Mars versus Omega is gonna be the real finals. That's my take. I think whoever wins that series will win finals. I'm sorry, Akuma players.
That's crazy.
There.
Okay. There we go. Look, Mars, we got a fix for you. You happy?
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. I mean, Isaac, is there anything you think we missed, or?
No, that's just about covers it in my mind.
Cool. So just real quick before we go, basing, is there anything you wanted to do shout outs? We'll do a little bit of an elongated shout out section since we do have a couple of you guys here.
I got one thing to say. Go Birds, fuck the commies.
Okay. Nice one, man. Dwam?
Crisp, don't do that again.
You're gonna say it to him in your upcoming match anyway, so I feel like that's like a...
Go Flame. I hope you get me on Sunday.
Mars, please hit this guy, bro. God damn it. Mars, is there any shout outs you want to do?
Shout out to Cray. That guy's fucking the glue holding our team together.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
unshout out to Dwam. That guy's the thing that breaks our team apart.
Fair play. Fair play. Matt?
I'll shout out my support, because I know for tonight playing against Elysium, it is just play for Oswald Esports. So we are in for a long night, but we will still win.
Okay. And yeah, when we're back, we're gonna have Akuma versus Elysium Ares on the show. Don't go anywhere. And to everybody that's playing tonight, best of luck. Have a good game.
涙よ星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守りでは空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart 明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Growing High 心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道が開いたら羽ばたいてゆこうよ乗り越えてゆこうよ星空と溶け合っていつまでも行ける Fly High まっすぐ願いを世界に歌って新しい夜を新しい朝をここからまた始めよう My heart shines endlessly 飛び立てDo we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love? Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
And welcome in everybody to the Blue Otter Diamond League semifinals, bringing you the matchup today between Akuma Sabers and Elysium Aries. I'm Isaac. Alongside me is Ulk Battery, back again this week. We missed you, Ulk.
Thank you.
We
I'm
missed you.
really sad that I missed out on first week of quarterfinals, and I realized that I missed out on the first week of the regular season too. So it felt weird. It felt weird to not have something to do on Thursday, at least be on for the show. But we've got our first semifinals here, which seems already pretty exciting. We got our first versus our fourth seed in Akuma Sabers and Elysium Aries. We're kind of running through the bans already. Big one for me, that Urgot ban might come to kind of bite them later on in the series, as that has been a huge pick for basting in solo queue.
Yeah, and honestly, it's one that I've seen rising a little bit in popularity amongst top laners just in general, and it definitely can pop off. So I'm not too surprised to see that. Really, too many of these bans, actually. A lot of these champions are played by both these sides. I mean, including from Akuma Sabers getting rid of Kog'Maw and the Amumu. Might seem a little bit strange until you look at the fact that it's Elysium Aries, and then it makes a lot of sense for what they're up against.
They haven't been a team that's kind of picked up on Skarner throughout the entire season, so not surprised to see that Skarner taken away. Akuma going for some of their biggest picks in terms of looking at their drafts from previously, especially on blue side. They've always been looking to try to first pick a marksman, really focusing on their bottom lane, and then looking towards a matchup for Coffee. So immediately by picking up the Vi, they have a lot of engage into the Seraphine Corki. I like this as an idea. However, I do think that Akuma might be lacking a little bit in terms of damage, so either going for an engaged support here or potentially even looking for Vailder's matchup, I think would be perfectly fine, since we do have to, I think, expect this Seraphine to be going mid for Elysium. It has been, I think, when we look at someone like Tough Daddy, he has been one of the biggest founding members in terms of this team's success.
Yeah, and Tough Daddy on Seraphine, I think, if I remember correctly, even has played it a few times already. I could be wrong with that statement.
I don't see any Seraphine games, but I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, he's been a big fan of the scaling picks. Obviously, Smolder's been a big one for him this season. We also had stuff like the Aurelia. We've also had stuff like Syndra. So I can't imagine he hasn't at least picked up a couple of these games. It is obviously potentially a flex, as they have been playing some enchanters in the bottom lane. But we'll have to wait and see here, as I do like what Elysium have already. These three champions, very, very flexible. Corki can be played in top lane of Susurration since he is back on the roster. Poppy as well, a flex between top jungle and bottom lane. And then for Seraphine, again, three-way flex, you can play it in both lanes, in bottom lane and in mid, so wouldn't be surprised if we get some more bruisers, some more melee champions coming out from Elysium. As we get further into this draft, however, top lane becomes a very big focus, not only because, like I said, Susurration being back in the roster, adding, I think, a lot more firepower, but also we have to talk about it. Basting, one of the top three top laners here in the league, and he has been on a really big tear despite some of his individual misperformances in weeks prior.
Yeah, he one of the things that Basting one of the weaknesses in his games, especially if we got towards like the middle portion of the season, was definitely getting caught out in a side lane at around just 15 minutes. It happened at least once or twice a game. It didn't end up costing them all too much in the end. Obviously, they are first seed, despite two of those losses there. But still, it's still Basting. Definitely either 2 or 3 in terms of top laners in the league, and a lot of that could definitely be attributed to Akuma Sabers, them saying, I know in previous weeks, that they were just trying to push simply as far as they could until something broke, and without really worrying about losing their game. So now that we're in a playoff situation, Basting certainly should be a point of contention. That because if we're talking about the top lane bans, we saw obviously the Gnar and the Cassante coming through, but we also get a little bit of influence on those support picks, both Rel and Nautilus getting taken away as Maokai gets picked up by Elysium Ares.
Okay, so another champion that can be flexed. I think we're more so going to be seeing Corki in the bottom lane alongside Poppy, or even playing it with the Maokai support. That is an option that they can go for. Corki obviously very strong on this patch. Got a couple of buffs and has kind of not looked the same ever since. For Akuma now, you do have the option of being able to kind of pick up your support and top lane here, which I think is great, not only because Vailder or Eclipse now has been, Eclipse in the bottom lane has been really, really fantastic to watch in his individual play throughout the regular season, but also I think his champion pool has been not necessarily, I think, diverse, but he does have a couple of those pocket picks, which could be very interesting. And now here for Basting, this has been a strategy for Akuma all season long, which is making sure that they can get Coffee and Basting good matchups coming into the game. Now you see the rest of this team, you have to think of champions that can kind of get around a lot of the softer levels of CC. This is a Basting champion. Olaf perfectly fine here. It's up to Susurration now to find a matchup that he's going to be happy with, especially when you look at some of the other champions that are already gone. The Gnar, the Cassante as well, some of the matchups that are really good against, or good for the Olaf. I am trying to think about what other champions Susurration would be able to play top lane that he'd be able to have fun, and I just don't know if it's necessarily in his pool. Ooh. This would be a really fun Aurora game, but it's a champion we haven't seen from him the entire season.
Yeah, Aurora, not exactly the, like Sierra said, we haven't seen Aurora from Susurration, but as a pick into Olaf and to what Akuma Sabers have drafted, I don't dislike it. I don't believe the Aurora changes have come through yet in terms of patch. No. So, yeah. I do like it overall from Elysium Ares. They've definitely got a really good blend in terms of composition. They definitely gave themselves a lot of flexibility and a lot of just chances to swap up the composition of their draft. And so coming into this one, I think Elysium Ares, even though if we're going by like individual ability, it's still hands down Akuma Sabers, but Elysium Ares definitely gave themselves a fairly good chance after this draft, in my opinion. I do like it.
I think because we are in a best of 5 here for our semifinals, because we're also in a full fearless system, I think this Elysium Ares draft doesn't lose a ton of value as we go further. These are champions that I think typically you would like to take away from the opponents. I think for Akuma, you're also losing out on Ash further on in the series. Ari, a champion that Vailder has performed on really excellently. So I'm interested to see if Akuma... Obviously, I do like how simplistic their draft can be. I also do think that while Elysium does have scaling, I'm worried a little bit for this top lane matchup because kind of the X factor of this draft is having a very strong Aurora coming into the middle game. And if that's not going to be the case, if Susurration falls behind or we see Akuma really put a lot of effort into making sure that basing is ahead, then we get into a situation where I think Elysium Ares don't have the position to really put Poppy and Maokai in front of their back line, and then Akuma can really easily run around and dictate fights. They have so many ways of starting fights with Ari, Vi, and Ash. These 3 champions, I think, as a core, is super, super strong, and in a fearless draft, when you spend all of these resources, you really want to make sure that you're able to win that game and kind of put that away in the bag. So for Elysium, I don't think they'll lose a ton as the series goes on. And for Akuma, I think this is going to be a really strong statement game, especially for a team that tends to ride a lot of that momentum going in.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see if Akuma Sabers can execute on what they've given, or if Elysium Ares, we suspect that they do like to do a lot. It's in this game 40 minutes.
Yay!
Yeah. Well, that's another thing consideration is that I think, you kind of mentioned it with the scaling with Seraphine and the Corki, but we'll have to wait and see how that plays out going into Game 1 here in the Blue Otter Diamond League semifinals. So don't go anywhere. We'll bring Game 1 to you in just a few moments. We'll be right back. and we are in and ready to go for Game 1 between Akuma Sabers and Elysium Aries in the Blue Water Diamond League semifinals this time around. We mentioned it a little bit in the draft there, Alt Battery, that we're going to be looking probably a bit towards this top lane matchup between Aurora and Olaf for basting and Cestration as a big point of contention going into this one.
Yeah, we were kind of looking at the draft saying, okay, where are the Seraphines? Where is the Corki, the Poppy, the Maokai going? They offered a lot of flexibility, but this time around, opting to play a little bit away from Dark Lord Oswald, which Matt G himself called out on the show that this was going to be a bot lane fest, really playing for Oswald to really kind of take over in a team fight, but Cestration, kind of the first game we've seen from them coming in for the last 2 weeks as they were out of the team and replaced by Nick Lulz for a little bit there. So interested to see also going for Flash and Ghost this time around. Typically Olaf matchups, some people like to go for the Ignite, and especially since we are expecting for Cestration to really try to hammer home this objective on top side, we would have expected maybe a bit of a different combat summoner spell as well. So interested to see how he's able to play this one out. And already we're kind of seeing some early invades coming in from Coffee, and they look for that level 1 with this Ashe Braum. This Braum, talking about it in between the game, or in between spectator delay, but I really do think that Eclipse on this Braum has a lot of work that he's able to do with that Unbreakable, and I think just has a lot of value in this game thanks to being up against a Corki and a Seraphine. So interested to see how this game pans out. We're seeing both the junglers start in interesting spots. Coffee taking the top lane jungle immediately does hint that potentially playing for Basting's advantage.
Yeah, and you would have to hope that probably OP Killswitch does know that that his top side camps have been taken away. There's also been a ward placed down there from, I believe that was Coffee, who Coffee's went specifically there in the bush to track the movements of OP Killswitch and just how far. And by the looks of it, OP Killswitch moving over to his topside camps, I don't think he knows that. They're just all gone.
I mean, there's no one to have checked his jungle. So right now, Cestration has to immediately know, okay, my jungler's Raptors are gone, which means there's a potential for Vi to be here. And Killswitch is in a bit of an awkward spot. So now he's going to cross over to the bottom side of the map. Coffee should finish his blue buff and then look to try to cross into the bottom side of his jungle to protect his camps. His bottom lane is also winning, and when Magi ticks over to level 3, they can use a hotshot to try to find him wherever he is. So this is a pretty tough spot to find for Poppy. Thankfully, she does have a lot of early agency in being able to find ganks, but instead it looks like Coffee instead wants to play the vertical map, wants to say, look, you can play towards the bottom side of the map, we're going to have priority in at least one of these lanes, and once Ahri hits level 6, we can make the roam onto the bottom lane, and we're really just trying to make sure that Basting is in a good spot versus this Aurora. Kind of an interesting thing. I love to see this level of strategy coming in from our teams here in the semifinals, but it's all about that execution. You already see right now Eclipse is on his way trying to see, okay, our red buff is still up. They don't know that the Raptors have been taken until right about now. Poppy does have the wraparound, but Vi can be here.
Yeah, Coffee is... End up... Oh, wait, hold on. Akuma, we'll have to burn the cleanse and the flash of Matt G to keep that one up a little bit longer. We're talking about Akuma Coffee being in the area, being able to potentially be there for the fight. It's perhaps a little bit late, but we'll be able to collect a bit of that farm available. We'll be able to start to push ahead that advantage in the jungle on the Vi, especially since they know that recall is going to come through, and potentially even get a few more of the Scuttle Crabs going through there.
That's pretty awesome, I think, for Akuma. Not only did they get the Maokai flash, they now have complete control. They should know, okay, look, OP Killswitch, his only answer right now is either to do some of his bot side camps, which I think are going to be lesser value. You really want to try to get the respawn Raptors on this one. That is a steal away from the Vi here, still level 4. And his bot lane is moving on forward. Might be the flash.
No W available. Yeah, the flash probably will be followed by Hooked on Flays, though. Perhaps a slight of an odd situation for Hooked on Flays. There's enough members around him to get him out alive. So we'll be okay there. But that Twisted Advance, definitely a bit of a scary moment there if you're on the Maokai.
He was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm going for a full-on vacation over here. weren't able to kind of put that to rest. I will say getting the flash and the cleanse out for Matt G is great, but the only way this is going to turn into a tangible advantage is if they're actually able to either turn this into a kill, or because he doesn't have those summoner spells, he does actually have to kind of give up some part of the lane. Oswald going for this teleport on the Seraphine does also mean that he will be able to constantly match if he needs to. He can always try to apply pressure onto Matt G. So my eyes are now going to be looking towards OP kill switch. How are we going to manipulate the map in a way that we're able to actually turn this into advantage? Can we maybe get Matt G away from a minion wave and try to crash a wave and try to go for a dive? Or are we going to look to try to play around the fact that maybe we can play around topside and open up the map for some early grubs? These are all the kind of things you have to start thinking about when you have those summoner spells gone so early in bottom lane. But with a Hawkshot kind of tracking through mid, it looks like Akuma really want to put on a lot of pressure on this top side. You already see Basing stacking a pretty nice wave here, and have to expect that they're going to try to utilize this to move into grubs early.
Yeah, and we see as Eclipse does start to move towards the grubs, and as this wave pushes in, that it's almost certainly going to be a trade of objectives here, and we have both junglers moving on to that one. So yeah, the grubs for first dragon trade here getting claimed by both Sabers and Elysium Ares. I do kind of like this from Akuma Sabers. We do know that that focus on this top side a matchup will be a bit important, and I want to see maybe Akuma Coffee kind of head up here once again a little bit more to try to push in the wave a little bit, kind of get those plates onto Basting and start to really open the lead a little bit, perhaps.
Focus on trying to get level 6. He's at level 5 right now. He should be getting it within the next camp or two, so maybe he tries to make a look in mid, especially because of the fact that his mid laner does have the ultimate already, level 7 as well. Tough Daddy no longer has teleport either, so...
Oh wait, hold on. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to be used, and that's going to be hooked on play. Stunned up twice, nowhere to go, no flash. First blood! Eclipse on the tick of the Ignite will claim that for Akuma Sabers.
And that comes off of the play that we saw earlier where they were trying to find Matt G. It was the Maokai flashing forward, not able to get the twisted advance. So a great punish. Now that they've hit the level 6, it immediately now means that they will have priority for this bottom lane. I don't think that the Seraphine should be feeling any kind of way of threatened, especially with the jungler on his side of the map. But you do see that Coffee and Vailder are moving immediately. They're going to try to get vision, try to find the enemy jungle here, and see what camps have he done. Okay, well now that we know his blue side, or that his blue buff and his Gromp are gone, he has to be on top side. So Basting, make sure that you're paying attention. The wave is pushing away from this Olaf, but I love what they're doing with making sure that they're able to get so much information alongside having a champion like Ashe to help with it.
Yeah, and information will be key for this one, and as Coffee does once again venture into the jungle and take away just the wolves from OP kill switch this time around. It is starting to further balloon this lead that sits at 1.3k gold that Akuma Sabers have started to develop for themselves with a few of these early jungle movements that have played off in spades for them, at least for now.
It's 300 gold for the jungle, but for bottom lane, it is much bigger. Matt G and Eclipse are doing a fantastic job of pressuring Hooked on Flays and Elysium Ares bot lane as a whole. We also just haven't seen OP Killswitch be able to do much just because of how this game has gone in the early game. The fact that they're constantly tracking where Poppy is. They're not able to get that much in terms of Poppy's value early game, which is just being able to be such a strong ganking tool. And I'm loving what we're getting from Akuma. I think this is about the match that we should be expecting coming in from our 1st and 4th seed from the regular season. These two teams, Elysium with their swing back into the back half of the season, really kind of climbing through the ranks and eventually ending in 4th. And for Akuma being the undisputed top dogs throughout the league. Except for those 2 weeks. We had week 7, week 8, where they were a little bit on the cusp of potentially dropping to 2nd or 3rd, but week 9, this is a repeat of actually our week 9 matchup, where Akuma did take the 2-0, and now we're setting up for a dive on the Susurration. He has both sums and his ult.
Might not have much else because you did say both sums and ult from Susurration can help this one out. Will dodge it out for now, but won't have the tower aggro coming through,
nice.
But Vaildir comes up for this one. There it is. Kill under the tower for Akuma Sabers, picking that one up. And once again, they'll continue to start to pull away in this game 1.
And because Susurration didn't go for something like the teleport or maybe going for the ignite, not able to go for the 1-for-1 and now won't be able to also match on the waves here. You see that Basting immediately hits the recall. He can move back into his lane when he needs to. They use the ult for that trade, so I wonder if they're going to try to go for those 6 grubs or instead try to maybe flip this. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Veldir doesn't have the Spirit Rush available from that last fight. Not going to get able to get much help from Eclipse. The Veldir going down, getting picked up by the Encore for Dark Lord Oswald. Be traded back 2-for-1 in the mid lane for Elysium Ares, and a good answer to start to look to cut back into this one.
Yeah, they're getting plates in mid. Tough Daddy won't be able to recall for this, and all that Akuma needs to do is get a single grub in this instance. Now without Poppy Ultimate and some low HP members, I think this is a tough fight right now. I mean, the Olaf still is going to be incredibly strong. Vi, even without her ultimate, is still going to be there, so going to be a tough spot. I mean, look, they're kind of giving this up. Maybe they're going to wait for Hooked on Flays now, maybe take one away. They do have the Maokai ult still in their back pocket.
They do have that, and actually Coffee's gone very low, not quite going to die just yet, and is kept alive by Eclipse of Basting now. Is going to be on full retreat as well with these health bars as low as they are. This should be at least 2 grubs going over the side of Elysium Ares. Not quite going to be able to get all 3 back, but with how much is committed, wait, hold on. Hooked on Plays probably going to get stunned up here with hardly any health. And Chancy Glister Arrow will land from downtown. What will that mean for the Corki? Tough Daddy does go down, start this one out. And the OP kill switch as well, getting stunned up, getting Veldir the resets on the Spirit Rush. Hooked on Plays, nowhere to go. That's another kill going over the side of Akuma Sabers, and very well fought on the back end of that, the counter punch there from Akuma Sabers to also pick up the 5 grubs, not quite giving over the 2 to Elysium Ares.
That's a really well-played fight coming in from the mid laner of Akuma Sabers. Veldir comes in with massive item spike, finishing off on that Malignance, walks into this fight, is immediately able to use the ultimate, and Elysium Ares just not knowing when to quit, saying, okay, look, we got 1 grub, but we're not really in a position to kind of continue fighting, maybe not expecting for Veldir to be back out on the map so quickly, but I think that's them not tracking the enemy mid and eventually getting punished for it. So not only with these 5 grubs are I expecting for this team to continue to try to leverage this gold lead and turn that into maybe finishing 2nd, 3rd item coming into 4th Drake. Now they're in a spot where the solo laners of Akuma are in a very good spot, and when we've seen Elysium Ares in the past really kind of take control of games, it has been through later game team fights. And if you're going to be down an item, down objectives, that makes it so much tougher for you to actually execute on that game strategy. So good job from Akuma. Now we need to see if Elysium Ares kind of hold their weight coming into this game and maybe continue to stack dragons and put that pressure on the opponent.
At the very least, I don't know if Elysium Ares does have this information, but we do see Coffee heading over to the top half of the map. Maybe we can try to sneak in a 2nd Drake while and continue that stacking, as you mentioned that earlier. I thought for a moment that it wouldn't necessarily be traded back, at least not immediately. There was a potential chance that could have been taken away, but Susurration, we get a view of this top lane matchup kind of just getting forced out by Basting here. Already sitting in just kind of in a really odd spot. Basting getting those 3 kills, that extra gold, giving him the full item. The Stride Breaker in has done so much for him as he continues to push down on these towers. Another plate going to the side of Basting and building up that gold advantage for himself is feeling really good there in that top lane. 2 plates.
And he has to know, look, with OP kill switch on the bottom side of the map, I mean, you just know your jungler's nowhere near to help. You know where your mid laner is, and they did see Coffee take this red buff. You'll see like the little aura around the buff, so that does mean that Coffee is here, and they really want to take this turret. I wonder if Veldir might even try to go for a TP to try to really unlock this play from occurring.
And Susurration the ult will be committed onto Susurration, going to be kept in the between worlds for now. Akuma will not quite get the kill onto Susurration. Now OP kill switch is here for the back end of this one. Maybe a counter punch coming through from the Poppy. Basting won't be taking too much damage there from the kill switch, as we'll just kind of back off from that one for now.
Yeah, all they needed to do was get the summoner spells. They got the kit, or they got the turret as well. So I think a great job coming in from Akuma so far in this first game. They're applying pressure where they need to, and it was that matchup that we talked about from draft, saying, is this Aurora on R5 going to be worth it for Susurration and Elysium Ares as a whole? And right now, it's not looking like that's going to be the case. Hasn't even finished a full item at this point. It looks like now with this recall, I mean, has 500 gold. I don't think they're particularly close. They're probably going to finish off on this at Leandri's and kind of call it a day. But now we're going to be looking at, you know, this Herald that is up, that Coffee is currently taking. We have this Dragon that's spawning in 3 minutes time, and I'm a little worried because we were saying maybe they can do the Dragon stacking, but as is, that second item spike is going to be coming in for Akuma relatively soon. And I don't think Elysium are in a spot to fight right now. So are you saying you're going to lose out on potentially Dragon stacking? You've now lost out on 5 Grubs. They got the Rift Herald as well. I don't think they're going to get into a spot where that team fighting that we expect from Elysium Ares is really going to kick in.
Have moved over to the bottom half this map with 3 members around. Matt, G, and Eclipse still fairly alright. And, you know, I do see why they're moving here. Try to get maybe some positioning for, as you mentioned, that Dragon stacking coming up in 2.5 minutes, but it's still really early. And with the Rift Herald coming through, yeah, I'm sitting down about 4k gold at this point, only at 16 minutes. It's certainly not the ideal situation, and even though they were there to try to maybe get some vision, maybe get some sort of positional advantage. Oh wait, hold on, Susurration's just dead. Yep. Susurration is, you know, it's a valiant effort. It's wait, hold on.
I don't think if he gets a kill here, it's
because
okay, Akuma misplayed. So they get the kill there, and it's really good that they grab this 2 minutes ahead of this Dragon. It does mean that they can try to play for around these waves.
Tough Daddy's going to try to push for it with OB kill switch in the area. A lot of damage coming through from Tough Daddy. Will they find the kill? Not quite enough there just yet, but that does mean that the Rift Herald will be dropped on the top side of the map, and we'll just continue to open up this top side just even further for Akuma Sabers.
5 Grubs, the Herald, they're taking all of these turrets now. These structures are going down. 600 gold split between the two of them. A great job coming out from the top jungle, who have been really big pacemakers for their team in terms of basting and his unique picks and him being really focused on making sure that he can try to dominate lane where he can. And Coffee, who has been such a vocal leader of this team's strategy, of this team's drafting, and just overall, I think, being a big voice for the team. So good to see that these two guys are in leading positions. And now we're coming into this next Drake with some summoner spells that might be missing from top lane, but again, those items for me are just so impactful. Now they're going to try to leverage how far ahead basting is to say, okay, you cannot be anywhere near this Drake. And all this time, while Elysium Ares are trying to pick up gold, trying to pick up experience and get those resources into some of their carries, the map is just crumbling around them. They were able to get the mid-tier one, but Velder still has Flash, still has Teleport, and his ultimate. I think that they're under no threat in this game right now, as is for Akuma Sabers.
Yeah, especially since there really shouldn't be much that Elysium Ares can do for this next Drake. At least there probably shouldn't be if they play it out in an orderly manner. That this should end the potential Dragon stacking from Elysium Ares. If we even get a little short glimpse of it right now, it's just so difficult for Elysium Ares to really walk into this competition, at least if they don't all group up as 5, which they have done now. They have kind of pushed their way onto the Drake at least.
We've got the TP coming in from Velder. Here we go.
We're going to go in, and Chad the Chris Arrow going to go just wide. Will that matter? Encore going to do a decent amount, and will kick up the first kill over to the side of Elysium Ares, traded back by Basting, and his Basting is here. Matt G will have to flash away, get out of between, will shut down Governor Darklord all as well, but Basting continuing to go through on this back line, left uncontested, triple kill, Basting, 3-4-2, Basting, once again being an absolute menace in this game so far, just walking onto the back line of Elysium Ares, picking up whoever he wants in that fight. We'll have an numbers advantage, and will probably be the first Drake going over to the side of Akuma Sabers.
That was such a great Poppy ult coming in from OP Kill Switch, but it just doesn't matter. multiple members able to come right back into this fight, and even though they're able to grab some of those kills, it looks like they're going to try to continue pushing forward. Tough Daddy doesn't want to give this up without a fight. They do also have Hextech's portals to be able to get them in position.
Awfully low.
I don't think they're going to be able to grab the
here
objective.
now. There's no
smite
smite available for the side of Elysium Ares, and they're at a slight numbers disadvantage, at least for now, but they know that the rest of Akuma, I mean not of Akuma Sabers, of Ares are on their way as they back out of that one. Without really too much trouble, Akuma Sabers doing really well in that exchange there.
Yeah, I mean, Susurration just didn't take the teleporter early enough, so he doesn't move in, try to get into position to try to flank them. At that point, it just becomes a free teleport from Oswald and Tough Daddy. So not only do they win the team fight beforehand, they get the dragon, and then they also get more summoner spells off of that play. I think Elysium Airs are maybe a little bit dizzy in this game with feeling, okay, they have to try to contest, but they're so far behind that they can't really do so, and now they're just getting further and further behind in the sunk cost fallacy. So Akuma Saber is just kind of running the ring around this team and really kind of taking a really dominant stance in our first game of the best of 5.
Yeah, it's just been really clean overall from Akuma Sabers. One thing that you mentioned was, well, the summoner spells not quite being available. There is no... Oh, wait, hold on. That's going... Yeah, that's just Susurration dead. Susuration's gone low. There it is. Coffee picking up that one. No real problems there.
Okay. That's very close to them just immediately starting up Baron if they want to. They can pull Basting over with a TP if they really need to. They have Ashe eventually going to be answering on mid, but every single time that Susurration dies, it means not only do they have numbers advantage on the map for Akuma Sabers, but there's someone not answering that person as well, so they can always tend to these side lanes whenever they need to. And I think Akuma are doing a very great job of playing from their side lanes, moving in towards mid, moving in towards objectives right now. And I mean, it's just becoming a black hole of pressure and just the map in general here for Elysium Ares, as some of their solo laners are just not really stepping up. And when we talk about someone like Dark Lord Oswald, when you're playing the Seraphine, you are more so playing for the empowerment of others, not necessarily your own gain here. And you can kind of see that reflected in the build. The champion will eventually do a ton of damage as a fight goes longer and longer, but we don't have that consistent DPS, that availability to get away from someone like Olaf. I just think right now that Elysium Ares, they don't have their go buttons. I think OP kill switch may be a little bit slow in this game to kind of start. I say that.
Hold on, OP kill switch going to find his way in. A lot of damage goes down onto Matt G, who's just caught out alone in the mid lane, even though they are so far ahead. There's really only so much you can do on the Ashe without any summoner spells, and we've got a lot of movement straight away onto this.
Look at this flank though.
There's a potential.
Elder and Coffee are behind this wall right now. I mean, Corky's just going to walk in blind. They don't know they're here. Basin can TP.
Daddy will be charmed out of the blast cone, not going to get to the comfort of his team. The Encore will charm up too and find a lot of damage immediately over. OP kill switch doesn't get the kill on Hooked on Plays. Yes, he does. And numbers advantage goes straight over to the side of Elysium Ares. Hooked on Plays will finally get claimed by Basing. Most importantly, Basing is still alive though. Basing still on full health, and doesn't quite have the flash. Eclipse should be able to claim this one. There it is, going down. So it's a good start to the fight from Elysium Ares to try to pick this one out. But the answer, the counter punch from Akuma Sabers, once again, is strong enough to really prevent this from getting too far out of hand.
Yeah, Basting teleporting in just means that he can just kind of throw around his gold value and just smack Elysium Ares away from this Baron. It's more kills going over to their team. And despite them finding Tough Daddy at the beginning of that looked great for them, right? We were talking about how empowering the Seraphine can be, and when you are playing around terrain, when you're making it difficult for Vailder and Coffee to kind of get on top of this backline, it is a good spot for Elysium Ares, but so far the early game had not gone well for them. Now we're reaching the point where we're getting closer to the 4th dragon of the game. No one's on soul point at this moment. I still think you look at the items right now and you kind of look at how easy it is. Something we talked about from draft for Akuma Sabers was the ability for them to start fights. The ability to turn heel onto their opponents is so much easier and really requires, for at least from the Elysium Ares side, your opponents to make a mistake, not be in the correct position, and that's not always going to be the case. I think it's you're kind of looking for the serendipity of that moment. So now we're getting into a spot where you've got these items, you've got the second item on a lot of your carries here. Is it going to matter when Basting is levels ahead of some of your champions and picking up a third item with this Hextech Ultimatum?
Coffee's in the area and will spot out kill switch. We've got a little bit of movement around, and as this next Drake coming up in 15 seconds now, where's the way in for Elysium Ares? Tough Daddy actually going to be spotted out by Coffee, and just so much damage comes through. Veilder Coffee will actually be in the one and end up being the one to take that down. No mid laner available for the side of Elysium Ares as this Drake comes up, but we do get a lot of movement towards this Baron, but I just don't think that there's really enough damage in the area for Elysium Ares.
They do no damage to this
They do no,
objective.
yeah. I don't think they can really threaten to trade this one.
Especially because they don't have control of mid. If maybe they were all sitting on this mid wave and they're pushing it at the same time, I thought maybe there's a chance, but I mean, you already see Matt G basting. They were sitting in that mid wave and they were trying to protect this objective. Now they also still are kind of leveraging more of those grubs to take down this mid tier 2. It's going to be another Drake going over to Akuma Sabers, and while Elysium Ares are getting this top tier 1, they're losing out on the rest of this map right now. So hopefully for those two members, they have the goal that's going to be completing their second, maybe their third item. But as is right now, they're still losing out on this. And that's a teleport coming in from Dark Lord Oswald. The turret still goes down, and now they've lost 2 turrets for this.
Find a decent bit of damage onto Hooked on Plays to start this one out. Encore will come through. Ragnarok will prevent the CC coming onto Basting as he just run away, not finding any kills just yet. Susurration flashing forward, trying to find the damage, not quite getting it. Does find Matt G eventually. Get that 1 kill, but Akuma Sabers in full retreat. Susurration, can he follow? Can they find anything else? Coffee's in the area, but maybe gone a bit too far forward. Maybe Veilder also here. Coffee now, I mean, he's just gone. He's just, I respect to try to keep his team alive to help, but yeah, that doesn't feel good. And without the jungler available, could this potentially be Baron for Elysium Ares?
They've got Corki here. I think it's possible. They've got 2 mages that are kind of going to be able to take this down. Veilder doesn't have the ultimate, and that was such a great mark coming out from OP Kill Switch. He immediately sees Ahri, stops him from joining the fight, and it means that Coffee ends up going down there. They do have these portals. Hooked on Flays is just now getting to this fight, but there are a lot of crucial ultimates missing from both sides, and I like Akuma Sabers in this spot.
Oh, the charm will find its way to Dark Lord Oswald, and that's going to be Basting picking up the enemy Seraphine. Still alive for now.
Oh my god, Veilder though.
Cooldown, and is not quite going to be Basting able to get out of that one. They will find the one Veilder going forward. Veilder getting another kill onto the Corgi. OP kill switch is just not anywhere for this Poppy to go. It will trade that one back at the very least, and Veilder hops forward once again. Gets a reset on the Spirit Rush. Won't chase that one any further. A bit wise to trying to peel away from that, but it is the Baron. But at what cost for Elysium Ares? They will only have it on 2 members, that being Susurration and Hooked on Flays, come through the rest of for the next few minutes.
Yeah, it's not perfect, but at this point, you kind of just got to take what you can get, especially when this game state is continuing to slip away from you. It's been 27 minutes of watching Akuma kind of run the map and run the table against Elysium Ares in this first game. I think that was just such a wonderful fight. Even though Veilder didn't have his ultimate, he played with such respect. He played around his own cooldowns and really, I think, dictated some of the geography of that fight while waiting for Basting to go in. Although he does die and give up his shutdown, I think the more important part was his ability to just say, like, look, I'm going to go in, I'm going to force a lot of cooldowns and try to draw the opponent's attention away from someone like Veilder, who is secretly getting really, really strong. Not only 5-1, has those 3 items done, is almost level 16 on this Ahri. Veilder's had, I think, a really great game 1 coming into this series so far, and has been a really big tastemaker for what this game and what the series potentially could hold for us.
I think the vast majority of Akuma Sabers, though, have in general been really strong in this game 1 as a team. Obviously, Veilder being a part wow, a part of that. Oh wait, Enchanted Crystal Arrow will find its way onto Tough Daddy, and will at the very least bring out the Keeper's Verdict from OP Kill Switch though.
Yeah, thankfully they changed Poppy a while ago where the cooldown goes on like a 15-second cooldown.
Oh, it is.
You don't throw it. So thankfully it's back up. That would have been really, really OP, but they don't find a pick there. It is a minute and a half before the dragon spawns, so we'll still have that available to them. And this Baron, all it's supposed to do is just stop Akuma from running the table and just destroying their base. Because if we saw Akuma take that, then they're able to open up the rest of the map. all this is just going to be able to buy them time to be able to reach those couple of items. And now we see it. Tough Daddy and Dark Lord Oswald, 3 items here. Susurration's close, but I don't think he's going to be able to finish the item before this dragon. This is about as strong as we're going to see Elysium Ares if they want to stay in this game. They need to be able to win this next team fight around the dragon to be able to stamp them saying, okay, look, we're going to stay in this one and have a potential to win this game 1, which has been almost entirely Akuma favored for the first 25 minutes.
We do have, we did say that the scaling from Elysium Ares is something that is their strong suit from this competition. If they do find this next dragon fight, that potentially they can extend this one a little bit longer and have another 40-minute Elysium Ares game.
Please, no!
I didn't want to print it to you. Hold on, OP kill switch will get caught out. A lot of CC will stop this advance, but the Ragnarok will be popped out. OP kill switch taken down immediately to start this one. No smite available for the side of Elysium Ares, and being on the opposite side of the dragon means that Akuma Sabers now will they should be heading on to Soul Point, but doesn't seem to me that Elysium Ares won't give this one away. Also easily hooked on Flames will finally go down, but through the backside, do they find Eclipse going to stop the encore there? One kill.
There it is.
Back. Matt G is taking down Eclipse low. Do they find their way in? Double kill going over to Tough Daddy, and even though Akuma Sabers did have the numbers advantage and even the location on the Drake, it will be Soul Point going over to the side of Elysium Ares. A bit against the run of play there.
That's what I was kind of looking for. I was saying, okay, look, yes, you died. You lost your jungler. You won't be able to get the smite, but you're in a really strong spot. There are no ultimates available for Akuma Sabers to be able to turn that, and they still have generically very strong champions. So I love that we got to see that engage coming in from the side of Elysium Ares. It gets them the dragon, puts them at Soul Point in 4.5 minutes, and now the objective in the game is survive. Win for 4.5 minutes, do not lose the game in this time, and you have the potential to come back in this game. All season long, what we've seen from Elysium Ares is a lot of games go very long, always going to 3 in their best of 3s throughout the regular season, and every single time when we've been able to see them win, it has been through their AD carry and their mid laner through really strong team fights in this game. So while being great team fighters, they need to actually make it into that phase where they're very important. And that does mean that players like OP Killswitch and Hooked on Flays need to be very, very precise as to when they're taking damage and when they're allowed to step up. Because now, throughout this entire game, we've kind of seen them go in a little haphazardly. Maybe they can try to make this find on Matt G.
Pick out Matt G will almost certainly get not quite enough range. Encore drop, not going to find Matt G there. A lot of resources going to be used from the side.
I think that's the most important.
They do find it, and actually, there'll be Coffee spotted out going forward. The Chat Cursor Arrow won't quite find who they want. Dark Lord Oz will pick up that first kill, but here's the Ragnarok on the back line. Here comes Basting. Basting does get that first kill. The stasis from Dark Lord Oswald would prevent any further advance from the top lane of Akuma Sabers, and we trade back 2 for 2 for now. And once again, Akuma Sabers trying to find a fight, but Elysium Ares can just delay a little bit longer there in a relatively even fight, which is exactly what they want to do. Just delay. And they don't allow Akuma Sabers to really blow this one wide open.
Elysium Ares also get really big summoner spells out from their opponents. No flash on Ashe, and now Coffee and Basting no longer have their flash as well. So very key points to try to take away as we get towards this dragon, especially with the Baron on the table as well. And for Akuma Sabers, they're kind of eyeing the fact that Tough Daddy no longer has his flash as well, so he could be a target, and that could be someone that they could try to look for. But right now, Basting has to try to split his focus between killing Seraphine and killing this Corki right now. And as long as they're not stacking on top of each other, that's going to be the name of the game for this team. And now we've got 3 items. There's some items that I think should be done in terms of their cooldowns before this next fight. Elysium Ares, I think, in a strong spot despite everything that's gone against them in this game, but they still need to be able to close out, and I'm still looking at Velder in my mind. Velder has had such a great game so far, and as long as he can kind of toe it across the line, I think that is part of the reason why someone like Flame put him as potential MVP candidate of the entire league, is for games like these, the highs of Akuma Sabers.
Continue to park out a little bit as we sit around just for a little bit longer, kind of hesitantly and a bit of kind of touchy-feely from both Akuma Sabers and Elysium Ares at this point, or even perhaps a little bit more Akuma Sabers. We kind of just wait around to see just how they've kind of let this one slip away from them. I think, as you mentioned, without really any of the summoner spells, no flash for basing, no flash for coffee, no flash for Matt G with the Baron up. I mean, they're definitely just kind of sitting around here trying to just make sure that these tools can come back available to them, but how long do they have to wait as we have the rest of Elysium Ares kind of in the area, kind of fishing for now?
Yeah, they're just playing around Fog of War, something that they've been doing throughout this game, and really something that's also been working very well for someone like Basting and Coffee throughout the regular season is just their way that they play around Vision. They'll clear it out and then immediately move back into Fog of War, making sure if you're going to face check, there's suddenly every single brush you don't have Vision of could potentially have 2 or 3 Akuma members. And with Basting also recalling, you just don't know where he is. A big thing of having maps that change terrain on a game, especially like the Hextech and the Cloud Drake, is that it does mess around with specific timings as to when you expect, okay, hey, he recalled. Well, maybe it's going to take him 15, 25 seconds to be able to get back into this position. But with the Hextech portal, with Cloud Soul especially, those kinds of things mess up the timings. You can get to a spot a little bit faster than your opponent is paying attention, and that causes for a concentration from your opponents. So we already see large vision game now being placed into this bottom side. It's that sole point here for Elysium Ares. They've got a Maokai as well. They have lots of ways of being able to fish, and a great job from Elysium Ares and being able to get that scuttle, meaning that they can clear out vision and make sure that they're keeping eyes on Akuma.
They do have all the information available to them, but Veilder's Flash has at the very least come back up as Elysium Ares start up this Hextech Drake. Just looking for the Soul R on Soul Point. They are kind of burning through it relatively fast, down to 8k now, and Chancellor Crosa Arrow will find its way onto the Maokai. That's fine. Susurration will go between worlds to slow them down. Keeper's Verdict is massive. Will knock out Coffee, and there's just not really anything you can do to try to pick this one up. Sorry, did I say knock out Coffee? It's a bit of a mistake right there. But at the very least, Encore will find 2. Dark Lord Oswald in a bit of a tough spot. Will commit the stasis. Will keep him aside a little bit longer. Does get that first kill of the time. Elysium Ares. Can they take down this Olaf? They can. It will be traded back for 1. Matt G cleansing to keep that himself alive for a little bit longer. And that's a double kill over the side of Veldir. Good job from the mid laner of Akuma Sabers to pick up those extra 2, but the more important fact around this one is that it is the Hextech Soul going over the side of Elysium Ares.
Dark Lord Oswald just getting so much value, and look at the itemization here, going for those 3 items into immediately the Moonstone Renewer, recognizing what his spot in this game, also kind of trusting the fact that Susurration has come back into this, has 3 items, going to be finishing a 4th sooner rather than later, and Veilder and Matt G doing a great job of being able to provide a foundation for this team. Eclipse, yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to do this now, and I mean, maybe with Basting coming back up and TPing, maybe they could try to continue to try to shuffle around this Baron, but like you said, with that Hextech in their back pocket now, this game is only going to get more and more difficult for Akuma Sabers.
Yeah, and they're not being unable to trade that Baron back. It just sit a little bit longer, and Elysium Ares just start to more and more fit into their comfort zone now as Akuma Sabers is unable to really close this one out earlier on. The more we sit here, the more it just feels like it just has gotten away from Akuma Sabers this time around. And if they have to find a way, if they are to get a way back in this one, I mean, even if you pick off, say, Tough Daddy, there's still at this point a decent amount of damage coming from Dark Lord Oswald and Susurration now has been able to catch back up. It's a bit tough for Akuma Sabers. I'm trying to, it's not. Go on.
Unfortunately, because Akuma were really focused on getting structures, a lot of these lanes are pushed in very deep. Maybe they're able to make a pick. This is what we need to see from them.
Are they going to find Susurration? A lot of damage from Akuma will find its way out from Coffee onto the enemy top laner, but not quite enough. And with how close the Hex Gates make this map, hold on, teleport will be given. They're starting it up. They're going to try to find this one. They're saying this is our best chance to
TPing in. Let's see it.
Win. They will commit TPs for this one. Baron take down the 3k HP. Is there a way in for Elysium Ares? Not quite. It might cost Basting though, who's running through. Matt G will actually pick up the Aurora. Does Basting get Tough Daddy? No, he does not. Actually, OP Kill Switch might be in a bit of trouble here.
Oh, there
The
it
Encore
is!
will be stopped by the Unbreakable. OP Kill Switch surely going to be taken down now. Does get picked up. And so it is a 4-for-3 advantage for Akuma Sabers temporarily with these slow
Oh, the
HP
Ash ultimate
bars.
is up
They
again.
will find the Seraphine, and there it is. Going to be Akuma Sabers hopping for Dark Lord. Oswald will go into stasis for now, but it's just not enough. Veldir getting that kill, and it's very well executed fight from Akuma Sabers on the back end. Double kill for Veldir. Veldir popping off as he has done this whole entire game, leading the charge for Akuma Sabers. Finding a lot of these kills. Can they stop the recall of Tough Daddy? Yes, he's on the vision, on the ward. Eclipse not quite going to be able to hop away. Tough Daddy will be able to get the enemy's support. Will be able
They've
to
got
pick
5
up
grubs and a
Eclipse.
Baron. They might
But
just
with
try to
5
play for 2 inhibs.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to try. Yeah, they move over to this mid tower. They're not going to end it just now, but it is a very, very well fought fight from Akuma Sabers to pick up. Actually, I don't know if they quite get that second inhibitor, but still very well done from Akuma Sabers.
Yeah, the problem that they've had this entire game for Akuma past the 25-minute mark is the fact that the enemy team is just not really giving them a spot to play for. There's not someone that's constantly over pushing in a side lane for them to continue to make a play for someone like Veldir or someone like this Ashe, but then it starts with Susurration getting caught out. They're able to transition that lead into grabbing the Baron, turns into a massive fight, and then even around this Dragon spot, you saw that the fights are still incredibly close because of the fact that Susurration and Dark Lord Oswald, as well as Tough Daddy, are so very strong. However, they need their front line to be able to buy time, buy space for them, and I mean, we had a fight where 2 Vi ultimates were used back-to-back, essentially. That is, I think, kind of showing you how long some of these are going. But 11,000 gold lead, I think, just doesn't matter when you're at this point of the game where almost everybody's kind of finished most of their itemization here. And we've got a minute before Elder. You've got the Baron still in your back pocket, at least for another couple of minutes here. I want to see more of these picks coming in from the side of Akuma. You know that these flashes are up and available. Take them away before this objective, especially with Ashe ultimate being such a low cooldown, and with Veldir as well having so much ability haste on his itemization.
We've also officially hit the point, Bulk Battery, that it's officially a 40-minute game from Elysium Ares.
Wonderful.
Wonderful.
Look, last week it was only one 40-minute game and then like a 35 and like some 20-minute game, so like, I was okay with that. I was okay with them only giving me one 40-minute game. And if this is the only one we get, so be it. But we are expecting, again, for a game that is against our 1st and 4th seed, to be going a little bit more of the distance. A lot of people expecting for 1 3
It's not going to be OP Kill Switch, maybe caught out, and Candy Arrow will find its mark. The immediate amount of damage isn't quite coming through, but that's going to be Susurration going in way too soon. Tough Daddy, I'm not sure what you're doing. And 2 members down. Encore won't matter at this point. Veldir's here. The rest of Akuma Sabers, they will find that pick that you were looking for, Bulk Battery, but not only do they find 1 member, not only do they find a flash or 2, they find all 5 of Elysium Ares going down. A 5-for-0 clean ace from Akuma Sabers is exactly what they need to pick up the win here in game 1. And it wasn't exactly the most comfortable win from Akuma Sabers. It did take them a little bit to eventually find what's at one point felt nearly inevitable to be taken down around 28 minutes, but they do nonetheless at the very end of the day collect game 1 here in the semifinals.
Yeah, I think despite them not being able to kind of clean it out, I think we saw most of what Elysium Ares typically tends to go for, which is obviously the scaling. And again, coming in, they needed to find this win from Akuma. If they're not able to win on a composition that has Ashe, Vi, and Ahri, champions that have been so strong throughout this entire year, but also super important for Akuma's game strategy for the entire season, I think that would have been a little bit more worrisome for kind of my thoughts into how this series was going to go. So despite everything, I still think a very good game coming out from Akuma. And I mean, Elysium Ares are at the very least showing that they have a little bit of fight here, even though their laning phase has been not something that has been very strong throughout the season, and we got to see some of that great team fighting from them.
Yeah, but really, it just takes one moment, one small lapse of judgment from, I mean, if we're going to be honest, Tough Daddy hopping into the middle of 5 Akuma Sabers there was not ideal. was all that was needed for Game 1 to go to the side of Akuma Sabers. But we will go to a break momentarily, but when we get back, it will be the draft of Game 2, so don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing that to you in just a few short moments.
fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul reign of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last line. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champion.
And we are back after a hectic game one between Akuma Sabers and Elysium Ares. Coming into this one, Hulk Battery. Valdir, I'd say is definitely the man of the hour after game one there.
He did a great job. The entirety of the roster, I think, obviously stepped up. We got to see some of the value that I was talking about from draft, about the Braum being able to bring so much in terms of stopping someone like Seraphine and Corki. I'm glad we got to see everybody, I think, have individual moments from Akuma, while Elysium still showing that they had fight in that, and I'm glad that they were able to kind of pull that out. However, these bans are looking very similar to our first game. We've got Jinx Kog'Maw. This time it's a Silas instead of a Skarner this time. So I wonder if Elysium are going to kind of break the mold and show that they're willing to play the Skarner, a champion that they haven't really been able to do so all season long. And if not, then I think we should be expecting some kind of marksman. Oh, wow.
I mean, I guess it's not really all too surprising, considering all the bans were exactly the same. To leave that one over this time and to actively choose to move over to blue side, it's probably something that they had, planned way in advance, especially with how quick that lock-in was. They're hovering Warwick for a while. There's no way we're not doing this.
It's
right?
for the arcane skins, obviously.
Okay. Is Warwick getting an arcane skin?
Yeah, probably. Maybe they just show the Vander reveal, but that's hopefully coming in Act 2. They pick up the Zyrakan here for Akuma Sabers, so making sure that they're able to get both Matt G and Eclipse, I think, perfectly fine matchups. Also taking it blind into Elysium is pretty interesting. We're getting the Vagar Slam here, something that me and Tough Daddy have been going back and forth on. I know I've said it also on the show that I really hate this champion.
Yeah, you were very verbal about that.
Yeah, so far from what Akuma are showing, they do have a bit of a shorter range bottom lane, but you don't know what the rest of them are really going to be picking. And I will say Akuma are one of the teams, especially when we're talking about the top end of our table, that have a lot of unique champions that they're able to play, and also are not really afraid to pick different kinds of champions. So not really kind of knowing where this Vagar is coming from. The Gnar here as a blind for Susurration I think is fine, but now Akuma, this Xin Zhao pick is not just for jungle. This is a very potent top lane pick that we could end up seeing coming out from Basting, and we have seen before from him. So now we're going into the second phase of draft. Elysium can assume that that's going to be a Xin Zhao in the jungle, and we've seen, obviously, Coffee do, I think, a fantastic job, especially earlier on in the season on this champion. But you just don't quite know. And I think for right now, what Elysium should be trying to focus on is banning out on some really strong junglers, and maybe kind of throwing a ban towards the top lane, since you don't really know where the Xin Zhao is going to be going.
Let's wait and see on that manner. They will take Azir away from Valdir. A bit of an iconic pick there from Akuma's mid laner. You talked about the bans from Akuma Saber as well. The choice is going to be Tristana and Smolder on the other hand, going to take away the options to kind of move those two champions around. We know that Tough Daddy's been, and even Sustration has been willing to play a few of those odd champions. So, but
they've got Gnar,
too.
right? So
Yeah,
they've
Gnar,
got the
right?
Vagar as well. So this feels a bit weird. Maybe Akuma are showing that they think the Vagar is going to be going bottom lane. Obviously, we've been seeing, I think, an exploration of more of our bottom lanes here in Blue Water League, kind of move towards some of the mages. But I think with Tristana and the Smolder Band, they're just trying to make sure that that's not going to be the case, or that they're kind of focusing in on this. It's going to be the Sejuani now here coming in for coffee. It's going to be that Xin Zhao top lane that we were talking right before. And now for the bottom laners here for Elysium Ares, what do Dark Lord Oswald kind of want to take from the opponent? Because you know you're going into the Xayah Rakan. There is no available Ashe or Varus as well. There's no Jinx, no Kog'Maw. So kind of going to have to either reach deep, maybe go for that Caitlyn lane that we've seen a couple of times now.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, with Rel as the option, probably not Caitlyn then. I don't know, Kai'Sa?
I think Kai'Sa's pretty dog water after the changes. After the AD changes, it's really hard to get first evolve on your first item. I think Kai'Sa is a bit different. She might have to just go strictly for her AP build until they buff some of those AD items. I think Caitlyn Rel is perfectly fine. You can still go for Jhin as well. I think if you're looking for strong AD carries, I think your pool is going to be a little different here. They're going for the Swain. Someone who did get a rework on this patch, a bit of a mini rework coming into the season.
Ooh. Hold on, let me check the announcements. I don't know if Swain's enabled though.
Yeah.
Like legally. Like Swain.
That might be an issue. We'll see what Akuma are going to be going in for their last phase of bans. Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on, let me check the.
Yeah, we can go ahead and check.
Hold on. It's like it'd be in like announcement. Disabled champions.
Yeah,
Bessa disabled.
Yeah, okay, we're getting
disabled for the rest of. Okay, this is official from
next 2 weeks. Re-enabled on the 6th of November. So it looks like he is.
Oh no, he's fine. He's okay.
Wait. Okay, here we go. Swain will be disabled for the rest of the BOL season because of the rework released today. Even though BOL Masters and Diamond are still in their regular season, the technical first week of eligibility would land in playoffs, and we will not allow that. Okay, so it's Syndra coming in. So Killswitch going ahead and locking that in. It's not Swain. So Cassiopeia going to be the R5 here for Vailder as well. Okay. So we'll kind of hopefully get this fixed for everybody at home as to how this is going to look on the show. But I really am kind of confused about Elysium Ares. They're still opting in towards that scaling strategy, but I just don't like the option of the Vagar. I will also say Akuma kind of are playing more into the Vagar, however, with the composition that they came forward with. So maybe this Vagar gets a little bit more value, but again, we're waiting till 35 minutes for him to have a lot of value. That cage is going to be something that could be very dangerous with a Gnar and a Skarner. I'm just not a fan, and I don't think I've seen anybody here in the league really play this champion to the highest level.
You did cover this, but it definitely does have that. It does have that synergy with the Gnar and the Skarner, and even Rel to some extent of just being able to use the ultimate and just drag everybody within that area, giving them very easily time using that there. So there's definitely some synergy available, and that we'll have to. We're completely redrafting in the whatchamacallit.
So yeah, so because the Swain pick is illegal, they're saying they can remake their R5 pick. The Cassio is actually going to be a Hui instead, as you can see on your screen. So yeah, that's it's a bit of a wonky one. I'm sure that Elysium were not really they probably knew, everybody knows that a Bessa is going to be benched or locked away, but maybe expecting the Swain to come off of the ban table. Unfortunately, that was just them kind of miss. Good job from, I think, Akuma. I think good for them to kind of show a little bit of sportsmanship and just allow them to kind of get rid of that. And now with the Hui, I don't think my opinion changes all that much. It does allow for them to have someone that can play at a bit of a bigger range, but does come at the disadvantage of playing against a Swain a Skarner, even a Veigar can be very difficult. A lot of these champions can be very difficult to try to deal with, especially as an immobile mage. So, man, kind of a wonky draft. I do still like the idea of what Elysium are going for, but I just think that without champions, without kind of a lead individually, you're losing the top lane matchup. The mid lane matchup is whatever, I think. If you're going to be playing Veigar versus Hui's going to get pushed very easily, and he does a lot of damage. I think Akuma just have more robust draft, and again, Elysium kind of falling back into those patterns of, we really want to play team fights.
And I don't. There's not really too much of a surprise there. Elysium Ares. That's absolutely how they kind of made. It's their comfort zone, right? This is how Elysium Ares do. So on. You ever just have the moment where your brain just dies on you? Give me a.
Yeah, I mean that's the whole show, right?
God damn it, my brain. Yeah.
That's okay. Thankfully for you, at the very least, we've got one more game after this.
We do.
So this draft also is just like completely dead in terms of like where it was going, some of the ideas that we had. We had to do some pivots live on the air. People were figuring out what they wanted to kind of slot in and out and stuff, so it was perfectly fine. Aside from that, I'm kind of just willing to kind of wait till we get into the game and see what happens. Again, Elysium Ares down a game here in the series. It is the 4th seed up against the 1st seed, and Akuma, everybody was saying coming into the series that Akuma should take this 3-1. And I think from what we're getting, we're along those lines. I think we're seeing gameplay that indicates to me anyway that we're probably going to get somewhere along that scoreline.
We'll have to give it up for the for game 2 to see if Elysium Ares can knock one back off of Akuma Sabers, or if Akuma Sabers put themselves on match point. So don't go anywhere. When we're back, we will bring you game 2 here in the Blue Water League Diamond semifinals. Don't go anywhere. And we are back after a bit of a confusing draft, we'll put it.
It's a weird
Swain.
one.
Yeah, it was a bit of an odd one. Swain was selected despite him not being enabled for these playoffs, but you know, good sportsmanship from these two teams to figure it out themselves and kind of carry on with the way things are going. And all
Thankfully, it came in towards the end of the draft and not like halfway through, because definitely would have had a remake, and that would have been like another 3 minutes right there. So, everybody involved, we got it solved. It is an unfortunate matter of it happening in the first place, but I'm glad we got it solved. And now we get to see where this Veigar is going to be ending up going. It is in the bottom lane, which does mean that they have some kill threat on the bottom lane, with Xayah Rakan being a bit shorter range and having to definitely play within the Event Horizon's range. My kind of what I'm looking for in this game for Elysium Ares is how they're actually going to be able to play around their two mages. And when we get into team fights, they have an amazing wombo combo of both the Skarner being able to pull people into the stun, you have Gnar who's able to deal the same, but you have matchups that are not great. You have Hui versus Syndra, which can usually go towards the Hui, but Syndra has kill threat if she's able to land stun, and Gnar and Xin Zhao. Xin Zhao has a lot of all-in potential that we can end up seeing. So another matchup where, again, we need to see Elysium Ares solo lanes really step up.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a struggle last time out for the solo lanes of Elysium Ares, especially there in the early game. Basting was really starting to kind of take over there. But obviously change up for game 2 will maybe give them a little bit of favors, especially if you said if Tough Daddy can find a little bit of that CC on the Syndra as this one goes through, as this one continues on. But so we take, as it is as usually with these early games, take a look at the junglers, both starting on the top half of the map, moving down towards the bottom.
Yeah. So far right now, Killswitch a little bit further along in his path, already starting his Raptors here, while Coffee just now going to be arriving at his Wolves. Wonder if they're going to be doing full clears, kind of band for band, or if they're going to just do 5 camps and then go for a gank. Don't think you're going to be looking at having too much damage, and especially with both of the bottom laners being really high in their HP totals, I think the threat of a dive is not really on the cards. Mostly what's going to potentially happen here is moving into this bottom side river, we're going to see Akuma have a lot more pressure because of their bottom lane just being able to push because of the Xayah and her natural ability to actually push thanks to her abilities and her feathers. But looking potentially towards mid, as right now Tough Daddy is pushing in Vailder, and really what I kind of want to see from Akuma is can they get the early flashes from these two mid laners, as either one are pretty susceptible to ganks afterwards, but having that flash, and especially both of them having a way to kind of stop enemy ganks, is really, really tough. Maybe without the summoner spell, it's something that can revisit in times past.
Yeah, we'll just kind of sit on that, but another point of attention, this top lane, Basting starting to stack up this wave a little bit. Starting to sit on that level 4, no one around. I mean, one of the threats that this Xin Zhao does have is kind of this all-in potential. Not quite going to find that there. Actually going to take his tower shot. Odd. But
so it was a last-minute W, like right as he's getting out of mini. It's during that time when he doesn't have Mega that Xin Zhao is really looking for that all-in.
Hold on, Gate coming through. Great stun from Hooked on Plays, finding 2, but there's just enough available in the kits of Xayah and Rakan with the flash and the exhaust getting used by Matt G to keep himself alive there. But no summoner spells on the Xayah coming through once again. Maybe another point that we could see coming down, but that does open up this top side maybe for Coffee, who is kind of lurking around there for a little bit.
Coffee's waiting, recognizing, hey, I need to take a recall timer soon. If I don't, I'm going to be behind on the map versus Killswitch.
On plays, going to find a way in onto Eclipse there. We're going to be fine. Wait, we're going to dive this. Whoa! Hold on, that's a lot of damage. I wasn't expecting that quite coming through from Basting, but he does have lethal there under the tower. And that's going to be, yeah, first blood over to Akuma Sabers, and very well done there. Something that was honestly a bit unexpected in those circumstances.
Susurration thought that the permafrost from the Sejuani necessarily extended to that amount of range, eventually and able to get all of those stacks, uses it, gets the stun, and then right there the wind becomes lightning, turns into that first blood. Really great job, not only getting the flash, but also obviously with that recall, gets the teleport. Basting, looking to try to save his. Actually, he's not going to miss out on too much of that wave. His wave is going to crash. He's going to be and at least catch some of the experience for this. And his jungler is in the wings if Susurration and OP Killswitch do end up turning this into the fight. I think most likely what's going to happen, push this wave in and then go towards the grubs that are spawning in 15 seconds time. But Hooked on Flaze is nowhere in this position, and Eclipse is making his way over here. So this could become a numbers advantage here for Akuma very quickly.
Yeah, as we do take a look around, Eclipse will be around for this fight.
Here it is.
Hooked on Plays not moving forward at Coffee. Now will find their way into Susurration. Gnar will be used immediately, but the flash forward from Coffee does eventually get the stun. And now as Eclipse is here, the knock up on the grand entrance does well to find that CC, and Basting will pick up a second kill for himself.
Fantastic stuff, and now they can move over towards these grubs. They've got no teleport, no flash on enemy top laner. I think this is a perfectly fine position to find yourself in as Akuma Sabers, even able to potentially get a first plate here thanks to utilizing the Q as an auto attack cancel. So great job from Akuma. I think that Basting this time around is really playing around his jungler a lot better compared to game 1. There's obviously more jungle ganks this time happening.
Ooh.
And oh wow, nice man. I'm reading chat. Coffee before this game had to apparently go say hi to his nieces, which was perfectly fine. You know, we have players of all ages here in Blue Water Diamond League, but I don't know how many more of his nieces. Look, maybe his nieces are just Elysium Ares fans, because more pauses means that he's out of the loop. He's constantly being taken out of focus, out of the flow of the game. If this keeps happening, maybe we might have to get Elysium Ares to send some jerseys over to Akuma Sabers. Yeah, send some over to Coffee's family.
Send a bit of a care package. It just happens every single time when there's a pause. Nothing to worry about, at least for now. Hold on. What I will say also is that with the grubs getting taken, it's a little bit of a slow response from the side of Elysium Ares to try to maybe turn this one around. Maybe and trade objectives here, and as OP Killswitch not quite going to move towards that dragon, despite having to push in the mid lane.
I mean, his bot lane just does no damage to this objective, so he needs to either be very, very strong. He only really has the Giant's Belt in this case, and even if they do move, I mean, you're just going to have Veigar sit here, auto-attack it to death. Doesn't really kind of, I think, add too much in terms of what he's able to do. Also, Veigar, especially early on, really has to be careful about his mana, especially for how much his abilities cost and kind of the value that you're able to get from that. So now we're going to be starting up this Drake now that they can guarantee that their bottom lane is going to be able to push. But, I mean, right now, Tough Daddy is kind of sitting in a spot where constantly sitting in Fog of War, but I mean, Mad G has the ultimate as well. They can very easily just try to turn. Instead of going for this dragon, look for someone like Tough Daddy and potentially look for an engage.
Hooked on Flaze will stun up too for now. Matt G will throw the feathers in the wrong direction. Baby Cage will trap the 2 here for now. Matt G going to have to burn the cleanse there to get out of the stun. No, CC will come through though onto Matt G. Just the cleanse getting used. And all the while, that does mean that they turned off this objective, and it does give Veildir just a bit more time in the mid lane to himself to farm up a bit and to start to slowly expand this CS lead that he's garnering for himself there.
They weren't able to find anything off of the scatter coming in from Tough Daddy. He was not in a position for that fight, so really kind of trying to leverage their mid laner turns into him having to trade. I think it's perfectly fine in this instance. It's a great job to get a little bit of poke damage there. Also, Matt G didn't have the ultimate afterwards. The cleanse was still down, and even kind of the mana bar, not able to kind of put any more resources into that fight. Maybe if he had a little bit more mana, I think Akuma would have felt a bit more confident to try to find a fight, but instead all they do is stop their opponents from taking the dragon. You still have grubs in a minute and a half's time. They're trying to find Tough Daddy here.
Oh, that's a really well executed ultimate from Coffee to land that there, and the combination damage from Veildir and just too much in the area does ensure that a third kill goes over to the side of Akuma Sabers as they start to garner this gold advantage around 2.5k at this point, 9.5 minutes in.
And I love that we're
Yeah,
seeing
no, go ahead.
more of an evolution of Akuma Sabers in terms of their style throughout the entire season, because for the most part, it has been Coffee dictating the game around his solo laners, and this time around now, I mean, it's still happening. Obviously, Matt G and Eclipse, mostly their job is to be stable and to come into team fights with 2 items, 3 items, and be confident and competent enough team fighters. We're seeing that more and more kind of continue to evolve as we get further on, as we're here in the semifinals of our playoffs, where Vailder and Basting have really solidified their own gameplay. I think earlier on in the season, some of my issues with Vailder was some of his laning wasn't particularly amazing, and sometimes he himself would feel a little bit lost in team fights, and Basting so far in this series
with
has
OP
really held
kill
it down.
switch in the area, Susration taken low, but now the Skarner's here. Basting will keep up the live a little bit longer. Does he find the kill?
There it
Yes,
is.
he does. And now the Imperial won't be able to drag Basting under tower, and Veldir arriving means that OP kill switch will just have to hop away for now. Run away. Clips here. Now hold on. The OP kill switch isn't safe at all. No Impale. That was used earlier. The swiftness will be used. The knockup found. That will be another kill. Going over to the side of Akuma Sabers, preventing any sort of experience or gold going the way of OP kill switch there, and that will also secure all 6 grubs for Akuma Sabers.
Just beautiful stuff. It's what we have come to expect, and kind of what we were talking about right before that play with the continued addition of skill to the Akuma Sabers mid laners and how they were being able to play that out. So really great job, and now they've got 2 and 3 kills respectively to either of them. They got a lot of plates on this top side, and now with 6 grubs in their back pockets, I want to see more and more of this level of play from Akuma Sabers, because you know, we were talking about it, week 7 and week 8 were really rocky for them. They were taking some pretty bad losses. They're going to try and find Tough Daddy again. He just TP'd back into mid and immediately has to utilize his flash. I love this aggressive nature and more of the same of what we got through the entire regular season.
Yeah, hold on. Eclipse will knock Hooked on plays out of that crash down there. Not going to find much else. But yeah, no, going back to the subject of the aggression from Akuma Sabers just around the board, they haven't held back one bit. They found, you know, exactly in the way that we kind of suspected that they would earlier on, even before this game began. Basting sitting here 3-0-1 on the Xin Zhao. Even now in the Mega Gnar form, Susration still susceptible to a decent bit of damage. Just Basting push that through. No, he does not for now. But yeah, no, Basting kind of doing Basting things really.
He's always been the player to look to punish players individually for their mechanics. Sometimes that does come at a sacrifice to his team and sometimes the positioning of what they want to do. Now this play bottom lane, I think mostly just trying to protect on the hover. They don't know exactly where Coffee is. Basting could die here. He has the ultimate.
Yeah, he will cast that to keep himself alive, and Susration will try to maybe push this a little bit further, but as Coffee's here, doesn't have the Glacial Prison for now. He'll just do no more than just try to keep Susration at arm's length. So we do have the Rift Herald coming up in less than a minute here. If we get pushed in the top lane for the side of Elysium Ares and a bit of support to really start to open up this map a little bit more, yeah.
They've already moved over. I mean, look, you kind of saw, you were talking about it a little bit with the grubs that are going to be, or the Herald that is going to be spawning soon. We see Eclipse move on over.
Basting
That's
will
a
be
solo.
stunned up with the Gnar solo bolo. Shut down Susration. Showing a good bit of skill there, knowing that Basting won't be having too much help as Coffee has left. And so even though they do a lot to set up for this Rift Herald, it might be for not, at least for now. Eclipse still in the area, but has given time for Hooked on Place to move around. Just get up.
I think that was perfectly fine. I honestly, I think it's even funnier that he actually ends up dying there. I don't know if Eclipse is necessarily going to die. He has flash, he has heal, he should be able to get out here. That's definitely a moment where I can just envision Coffee saying, look, I helped you get your wave in, recall, and come back to this fight so we can fight for Herald. And Basting dying there, while adding, I think, a temporary hiccup to everything, I don't think changes all that much in this game. It means that I mean, Susurration gets the shutdown. He gets to come back a little bit in this game. He's obviously still going to have a lot of the team fight utility of playing a Gnar, but you already see with OP kill switch showing on the bottom side of the map, they have complete control here, and they're going to continue this by taking the Herald. 45 seconds before the Dragon, they have 6 grubs as well, so if they want a mid turret, if they want this top tier one, they can set up to just take a bevy of these objectives.
Yeah, and I don't really think there's just not really anything Susurration could do about it if Akuma Sabers do try to pick this one up for themselves. Hooked on Flays is here. Susurration will be hit by the advance on Akuma Sabers. Coffee doing a good job. Glacial Precision will be dropped now as Valdir arrives.
Nice.
Coffee getting that first kill. Very well executed from range by Akuma Sabers. Getting 2 now. Hooked on Flays getting claimed. Very good job from Akuma Sabers to go 2 for nothing. Not find much else, and hold on a second. Dark Lord Oswald's already low, and there it is. Matt G also picking that one up, so 4 kills across the map for Akuma Sabers. This has been damn near flawless for our reigning champions.
Beautiful stuff coming in from Akuma there. Just in one fell swoop, get multiple kills for themselves, set themselves up on their side lanes now to be able to get a lot of turret damage. Instead, Matt G and Eclipse are instead going to just take their recalls, finish off that, and I mean, it's a turret now coming in for the side of Akuma. It's a lot of gold influx suddenly on both sides, making a play on both sides of the map. Dark Lord Oswald not playing with respect, saying, I mean, Eclipse could be top side, but I know Myrel is on the opposite side of the map, maybe just expecting the 1v1 to continue to go forward on the bottom lane of this map. And now we're in a spot, Isaac, where, I mean, there is very little to play for if you are OP kill switch. You can't make anything happen in mid because we haven't really seen him and Tough Daddy really, I think, sync up in this series so far. And Susurration has just gotten completely taken advantage of here. So now by placing their mid lane, or their bottom lane in this mid lane, I mean, Matt G and Eclipse can just take over the map. They're utilizing their 6 grubs. They're going to be able to move into Dragon after taking this mid tier 1. This is just excellent play, I think, coming in from our first seed.
Yeah, and it's everything that we expected out of the Sabers up to this point. And actually, wait, we're going to use the Rift Herald drift all the way bot lane.
There it is. He's gonna get another charge.
There it goes. Oh, and actually, we'll find Dark Lord Oswald. Going to CC him there for now. The Glacial Precision won't quite land. Hooked on Plays is here by, but just not going to be able to support at all on that row with 4 members of Akuma Sabers around. That's another kill going over to the Sabers. That's another advantage garnered by them, especially as the next Drake is coming off. We're sitting in a situation where 6 scrubs and the first 2 Drakes all going over the side of Akuma Sabers. I mean, it's just about as close to perfect as you can get, really.
This is a beautifully played game coming in from Akuma. Even with Basting and his individual mishaps so far this game, obviously the only one really being his own solo death coming in versus Susurration. This is just really well mapped, a map that has just been garnered and kind of groomed by Akuma. Now, Susurration, probably fine here.
Yeah, probably, with help of that tower. We'll be okay, but I mean, we're at least see a little bit of it. Basting actually going to be stunned up by OP kill switch. Susurration not going to get tagged there. Basting going to go forward, try to find this one out, but the Impale will do a good job to prevent Susurration from getting found out there, and that will be the kill going on to Susurration there. But it's, I mean, even though he did have that solo death earlier, and even though, you know, Basting dying in a side lane, it's something that we've somewhat come to expect from Basting in a few moments. But I think this one, I mean, even though ideally you don't go down there, they do have to, Elysium Ares do have to commit a lot just to claim the singular kill across the map. So
there's not much for them to do otherwise.
Much.
I mean, this is what they opted for when they took these matchups, right? They didn't know where the Xin Zhao was going, so they just said, hey, we're going to ban away some more mid laners here. We're not really kind of worried about this matchup. This was something that they said, hey, they have Xin Zhao. There's a chance that it goes top lane. We're okay with taking the Gnar here. And the Veigar also was something that coming into this, I know I've kind of talked about on the show that I'm not a huge fan of, but as Elysium Ares, you have to know that, okay, look, there's a reasonable margin upon which we are allowed to give up in this game. I think we are way beyond that right now. 6 grubs here. OP Kill Switch has been really silent almost this entire series. I know we've only had 2 games so far, but in the first 15 minutes of both of these games, he has been kind of a passenger to most of this game. And I mean, Dark Lord Oswald being stuck on these mages, I think, has a pretty profound effect on how this team operates. We're not kind of seeing him on these 80 carries where they're able to skirmish on 1 and 2 items.
And hold on, OP Killswitch won't be able to get away, will be stunned out of his exit. And that will be the kill going down onto OP Killswitch. But here comes the counter punch from Elysium Ares trying to find Coffee out. But will force the flash for now. Feathers will be cold. Not quite going to find a lot of damage. Spacing going forward. Nat G will actually get picked up by Dark Lord Oswald. Getting that shutdown. The Spiraling Despair will find the kill onto the Gnar in return. So 2 for 1 going on the side of Elysium Ares. And with the Baron up and OP Killswitch down. Oh, hold. They just might
They're going to just do it. Yeah, they've got Permafrost with the Sejuani. They've got someone who can very easily apply it with the Xin. I like this call, recognizing their jungler's not alive. There's not very many people that can actually attest to this. Is now going to be spotted here. It's already at half HP. Can Veigar and Syndra really get much done?
He'll have to try to find this one, perhaps. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's definitely a good point of pressure for Akuma Sabers to try that, but they'll wisely back off from that as they see a nearly full health Syndra and Veigar coming up as they get taken down a little bit by that Drake. But for the first time, we don't see this all too often anymore, but objective bounties at the very least mean that a bit of gold does go over to the side of Elysium Ares as at least consolation for that. Kind of try to bring this one back in, but yeah.
Funny story about objective bounties. Obviously, it's a new system, or a system that they are currently tuning yet again with some different parameters. If you saw the patch a little bit ago, and I was watching Game 5 of Tough Daddy versus GVC, and he's playing Aurelia, and it was very funny, just because seeing him on Aurelia, he's up 80 CS on a Syndra, who is like maybe 2, and 4. And he is, I think, let me just grab the screenshot, but he was
Syndra
80 CS up on his opponent, right? And Syndra had a shutdown.
Yeah, Syndra had a shutdown.
What is going on from Riot? Okay, so he's on Aurelia, he's 3-1-0. Syndra is 1-0-3 at this moment, and 80 CS down, and they're about level 17 to level 16, and Syndra has a 100 gold, like an almost 200 gold shutdown. I was just like, because they changed it so that CS matters a little bit less, and it's more so about like your kills and sometimes your experience and how much you're participating in the game.
Wait, hold on.
That was funny.
Trojan will be cast by a Coffee.
Yeah, I just think that no one's in range there.
No one's there.
They were just kind of looking for some kind of poke. Maybe if Matt G and Eclipse can kind of come over top with the damage, but yeah, funny story about some of the bounty gold that's currently happened. Just kind of looking if they can try to poke out, especially with 30 seconds before the dragon. It would be soul point if they're able to grab that for themselves on the side of Akuma Sabers. And for Elysium Ares, I mean, again, it's like we're in the ticking time clock. Like if I look at Tough Daddy right now, he is sitting at how many? He's got 87 Syndra stacks, which not bad. He has the upgraded E, but he's kind of a little bit away from getting the execute on his ultimate. And we look at Dark Lord Oswald, he's almost at 600 AP, so that could be something that could try to be really impactful. It's all about that 4th Drake in my mind right now. Like, are Elysium Ares going to be in his position coming into that 4th dragon to actually be able to do something?
We'll commit that for this fight, but with the dragon already so low, the Grand Entrance will find 3 basing going forward now. Finds Dark Lord Oswald very low. Do they get the kill? Veil, they're picking up the rel at the start of this fight, but Tension goes to the back end of this basting, hopping forward. Not going to get one. We focus now on OP kill switch. Going down, 3 kills over to the side of Akuma Sabers, 4 now, and it's dominant from Akuma Sabers, getting 4 without trading any back, and with the Baron up, it is continued misery for Elysium Ares here in Game 2.
Well, with the way that this series has gone, Chris 10 will at least get the series score right. I don't know about the team score right, but definitely the series score.
Yeah, it's 3-0 is definitely, I mean, at least 2-0 is looking very likely on the cards. I mean,
oh, for sure.
Very likely is a kind of understatement of the century at this point, if I'm being completely honest.
I mean, Matt G's almost at 3 items. Our top lane, if we look at basing, he's going to be finishing Fimbulwinter soon. I think he's just going to be an unkillable demon in this game, and we're just seeing more of the same, I think, where Vailder, I think, in the laning phase, not necessarily needing to apply much pressure, and then recognizing that they can just play scaling and that they're the team that usually makes plays first, which for Elysium Ares, they're a team that can be a little bit more reactive. We've talked about it before, about how they tend to play towards having really strong team fighting compositions around the 3rd and 4th Drake, but this time it's just like they're getting taken advantage of in laning phase. They have never really played for really strong lanes, and now in a spot where they're at, they're kind of just losing. The one thing that has been constant throughout both of these games has been Dark Lord Oswald on mages. And I said it earlier, and I'll say it again, I really want to see Elysium Ares kind of move towards putting him on 80 carries, or on more of these marksman champions. I don't know if maybe this is a stylistic change that they think on the patch is a lot stronger, but I think as is right now, with how this team tends to operate, I think forcing both of your 2 carries to be on champions, and typically a class of champions that usually requires a little bit more time, I think it's too greedy to take against Akuma, who have been so good at playing early game.
And Eclipse will go for Glacial Prison. We'll find Dark Lord Oswald. That's the kill going over to Akuma Sabers. Once again, Dark Lord Oswald just a passenger in that one. Coffee hopping forward, trying to maybe find a stun there. Won't be able to get too much else, but once again, we'll just continue to push forward, and that gives Basting all this time in the side lane to pull more pressure away, get that next turret down. And once again, we see the struggles of Elysium Ares in full effect at this point. And I mean, outside of the Nexus going up, this game's it's over. Like, we're being completely honest at this point. There's
fine. It's 11,000 gold at 26 minutes.
26 minutes.
Perfectly fine.
It's
We've got 2 minutes before the Drake. We've also got a Baron that'll spawn 2 minutes afterwards. But yeah, again, it's kind of this Drake or nothing for Elysium Ares, which is what we said in the last game, and that ended up coming at least a little bit true, where we got to see them kind of come into their own and start to really fight back in that game. Level 16 almost on the horizon here for Tough Daddy. Dark Lord Oswald not necessarily hitting that same mark, but should be at least closer in the stack department. Tough Daddy does have the ultimate execute as well now. If in a minute and a half he's able to get 18 stacks, then maybe there's something to kind of play for, as he'll then have the mini Rabadons in his back pocket, and Dark Lord Oswald should have already hit the 700-ish, maybe 650 in terms of AP. They do a lot of damage, but I just don't know if their front line's really there. And I will say, this game being so bad for Saturation does mean that part of their wombo combo is really far behind. They need to be timing Mega Gnar very, very well if they want to be able to kind of come back in this game.
I mean, you did say the next Drake being like kind of the one to fight, but I mean, in game 1 it was the next Drake was Soul. This one just prevents that from coming through. Hooked on Plays will be found. Not quite going to be taking much else. They're going to just be poked out a little bit more, but just proven once again that it's basically impossible for the side of Elysium Ares to walk. I mean, even outside of their base, they immediately met with members of Akuma Sabers, and just, you know, a bit too difficult this way. Eclipse will pop the Swiftness. Dark Lord Oswald going to flash away. OP kill switch in the back side here will miss everybody though. Coffee trapped up by the baby cage for now. And
whoa!
Plays going to find a lot of damage now. Basting is here. Does he find much else? Not quite yet. Not quite a lot of damage, but Hooked on Flays and Dark Lord Oswald taking down to about half health. Luckily, Dark Lord Oswald does have the Seraph's Embrace shield still available to him. Let's find it. Scatter the Weak does find damage from 2. Heal available. Does get cast by Eclipse, and now it's Spiraling Despair. Not quite able to kill OP Kill Switch just yet, but that is a jungler who is completely out of it.
Coffee's taking the dragon right now this entire time. Yeah, I mean, OP Kill Switch also just threw an ultimate that hit absolutely
that's
nobody.
probably going to be Hooked on Plays going down. The stun coming through on the recall of the Feathers. Basting flashing forward, trying to find more. 2 flashes away from Dark Lord Oswald and Tough Daddy. So good trade there for Basting to find that one. Susurration now just kind of left to his own devices on this side of the map. Will be chased away, will at least be kept alive, but all the time It's a really long solo Baron from the side of Akuma Sabers, but they get it nonetheless and prevent any sort of entry from Elysium Ares to pick up the Kim Tech Soul.
Yeah, they've
Dark
got that
Lord
solo
Oswald
dragon
just might be
available
dead
to
here.
them.
Dark Lord
Oswald is just dead. He has no
here.
flash.
He gets charmed up. Coming through. Is he dead? Actually, no, not yet. Coffee's there. Does find the glitch person. Does get the kill onto the Veigar. Flash away from the Skarner on OP kill switch. Keep himself alive a little bit longer, but so many flashes used defensively from the side of Elysium Ares means they won't have them available as Coffee goes forward once again, trying to find the CC. Doesn't quite get enough damage by them for now, but that just does give the space that Akuma Sabers does need to pick up that first inhibitor. And, well, it's not the most bloody fight from the side of Akuma Sabers. There is everything that they need and is still advantage going their way.
Yeah, the reason why I was kind of looking for the Syndra right now before this fight is, I mean, they just needed to have, you know, some kind of fight, some kind of bark to try to stop maybe the soul, or even if they lose the soul, if they have a confident enough fight or they don't lose the game outright, I think it was perfectly fine. Syndra has hit the execution mark, so now not only has the execute, but has the mini Rabadons as a part of her passive, finishing off on all those. Has a level 16 as well. It's kind of like the last resort here, if there's ever really going to be anything here. Susurration has just also been very, very useless on this Gnar. I mean, there is a point where we actually just need to see him do something in this game. Because as is right now, he's just kind of sitting around getting Mega Gnar and then doesn't ever look for a fight, has the flash available, doesn't really find it. They need to be able to confidently and more coherently actually put this team comp together, because otherwise I think I just watched 5 members of League of Legends play individual games, and I'm seeing like no comms from Elysium Ares and Akuma just really playing on the wire.
And now Akuma Sabers started up the Baron, and there just doesn't seem to be any sort of knowledge from the side of Elysium Ares, or if there is knowledge, they're just willing to give it over, as that is a completely uncontested Baron getting picked up by Akuma Sabers. Just adding to the list of tools that they have available to them, adding to the, you know, the list of things I can expect. At least, I mean, objective bounty traded. It's something, I suppose. Hold on, Glacial Prison will find its way onto Dark Lord Oswald. The swiftness will be used. Grand Entrance finding the CC onto this Veigar. The kill does come through now. It takes him a little while, but there's just not enough damage in reverse for the side of Elysium Ares, and that'll be a second kill going on the side of Matt G and Akuma Saber as we push forward once again. Coffee finds his way onto Tough Daddy, onto the Syndra. There's just no more damage available from the side of Elysium Ares if they really had any to begin with, and that's the ace getting picked up for the Sabers, and that's game 2 and match point for Akuma.
23-3 at 32 minutes. They had almost the same amount of gold lead as there were kills on their team. And I don't know if maybe Elysium Ares have been kind of shell-shocked and they kind of put a lot of effort into that first game and then maybe feeling a little bit drained after that one. There was also obviously the draft hiccups that we were talking about. But that game just completely felt very lifeless from Elysium Ares, and if that's what we're going to continue to see, this series is just going to be the 3-0 from Akuma Sabers, and we're going to move on to seeing who's going to be seeing them in the grand finals. I want to see Elysium Ares wake up, play something in this series, because I think they had a lot of fight, a lot of heart in that game 1, but this game 2 was a very much a letdown from them.
Yeah, we'll have to see some sort of major turnaround from Elysium Ares for any chance for them to even extend this one at this point, and we'll have to see what changes they make. Ideally, I mean, you've said it that Dark Lord Oswald gets perhaps a little bit more comfort there, just not really doing much there on the Veigar. But we'll have to see what adjustments that Elysium Ares makes coming up in game 3, because the draft will be coming through after this break, so don't go anywhere. We'll bring that to you very momentarily. and we go once again, potentially for the final time this evening, as Akuma Sabers sit on 2 wins over Elysium Aries in this best of 5 for the Blue Water League Diamond semifinals. So coming straight into this one, and I mean, we need to see a change from Elysium Aries after that one. I mean, just in just about every facet of their game.
With their strategy, especially if you know that Akuma are also going to be picking scaling, but we need to see early game. We need to see something from not only the top laner, but I think the bottom lane of Elysium Aries is kind of struggling right now. And as we get further into these bans, especially in a Fearless best of 5 here, now in this game 3, a lot of AD carries are gone. You have the Xayah, the Jinx, the Kog'Maw that is constantly getting banned away, the Varus as well. I mean, you look at other games, Ashe as well is taken away. So a lot of the marksmen that pool is starting to get very, very thin as to what is available between these two guys, or between these two teams. And when you look at what potential AD carries we could see, Jhin is still up on the table. There's just so much here, and for Akuma, I don't think they've really kind of let loose anything. I think if we do see the Nunu, it would obviously be for Coffee, someone he has been very, very in tune with. Otherwise, they can just go ahead and pick an AD carry. That's been mostly their focus throughout the entire season, is picking on blue side, jungle or AD carry.
Yeah, and I would be surprised to see really anything else out of Akuma Sabers. I mean, Dark Lord Oswald is, one of the stronger members of Elysium Aries, or at least has been, for the sides that may be taking something away from them, but they will pick up Cassante B1.
Yeah, there's no counters available. Olaf's already been played, the Gnar's been taken away, and unless Susurration, I think this is now the time. They haven't been able to get it in the past 2 games. You need to lock in Smolder here for Elysium. It's a champion that not only Tough Daddy plays very, very well, Susurration played it very early on into the season to some mixed success. I think this is the time that we need to see this champion. And I mean, up against Cassante, what other matchups are you going to be able to go for? Because are we going to see a Zac top from Sus? I don't think so. I think what we need to continue to see is more evolution out of our jungle situation, and maybe something that kind of opens up the AD carry pool for bottom lane, especially now that we're kind of getting further on into the draft here. Elysium need to start thinking of AD carries that they can pick for bottom lane.
And I mean, there's still a decent amount available. You can even potentially, I actually had to say that first. Jarvan is a pick for Elysium Aries, as I'm assuming that's going to be in the jungle there. But for Elysium, I mean, who else is available? ADC that would be, I mean, a good choice at this point. Obviously, no Kog'Maw, no Caitlyn wouldn't be available. Lucian,
you can try to
Nami,
go for
though.
Sivir in this instance if you're worried about AP, especially because a lot of AP champions are not able to be really played top lane. I think Ziggs is perfectly fine here, although Ziggs into Lucian Nami very early on can be a little detrimental. We also have to start thinking of engage supports that are available. There is no Rakan, there is no Rel available, there's no Braum, which means Nautilus becomes very high value. I think a Nautilus here from Elysium would actually be really heads up, and I love that they slammed that immediately. So now for Akuma, just get rid of bot lane matchups that you're not particularly comfortable with. I think a Caitlyn might even be something that they're looking to try to kind of target. And for Elysium, there are a lot of mid lane champions that I think you really want to try to set up this Smolder for success with. Maybe even try to focus on Coffee, although Coffee does have a bit of an expansive pool.
Yeah, trying to knock out Coffee's champion pool is, I think a futile effort. So I mean, yeah, the option to move onto Azir as the ban, I have no real surprises there. And Akuma Sabers getting rid of the Kai'Sa, going to try to choke out Dark Lord Oswald a little bit more. He didn't see much priority on the Elysium Aries ADC in the first 2 games, and not showing it again. Once again, just going to continue to pressure out that just a little bit more to come through.
Yeah, for AD carry bans, I kind of want to see a Jhin here in terms of what we get from Akuma. I'm assuming Elysium are probably just going to type what they're gonna want banned here. It is a Wukong ban, so a nod towards Coffee, which is what we were talking about. Taking away the Ziggs, so In terms of AP damage, there's not going to be a ton available. I'm looking at mages that might be up and ready. I mean, Hui is gone, Syndra's gone. They just lost on the Veigar as well. There's not a ton of mages. The Seraphine as well was something that we saw in the first game. Ended up losing out on.
Oriana's available though, so.
Oriana, yeah, but then that means you're playing Oriana bottom lane, or are you putting Oriana in mid and you're playing Smolder bot? Smolder Nautilus versus Lucian Nami sounds absolutely miserable to play. They're just going to go for the Hail Mary. I think you have to just try to focus on winning one of these lanes, and giving counter pick to top lane when you saw it so early on in the draft, it just doesn't rub me the right way. I think this is a situation where, while I loved what we got from the first wave from Elysium, I think they kind of fumbled the back half of this draft already.
Yeah, Samira, the choice for them, I mean, there's enough CC available. It's
Wow.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, okay, Camille, and then Gal. Oh,
Is this a Camille jungle coming in from
yeah. Coffee? I feel like it'd have to be. Yeah.
Look,
okay.
If there's ever a time to do it, you have 2 games. I'm not the biggest fan. Camille has been systematically removed from the jungle all those years ago when it was very popular, and rightfully so, just because she was such a potent level 2 jungler with her hookshot. It's going to be the Gragas coming in here for Susurration, so into the Cassante, it's a fine matchup. You can kind of hold your own, you can poke Cassante out and try to out-sustain him. This is, I mean, quite literally, this is also Elysium Aries' last chance of having a stake here in the playoffs. They're a 4th seed coming in. They have potential of ending 3rd and 4th here if they lose out in the semifinals. And it would suck considering their path here. We obviously talked about the road to get here, the fact that they were not looking great in the first couple weeks, but once they took Naysayer out, they were able to get their full roster. They kind of started to flourish in the back half of the season and make it all the way up into the 4th, but I'm just having a lot of worries for this, and yet again falls more into that trap of, can we hit to that moment in Smolder? Can we get to those execute stacks? And I mean, Elysium Aries just early game have not looked particularly alive.
We'll have to wait and see if this draft from Elysium Aries, if these changes that they are going for are the ones that can start to turn this one around as they need it going into Game 3. It is match point Akuma Sabers. So don't go anywhere. We'll bring to you Game 3 in just a few moments after the Spectator Lane comes through. See you then.
く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじまに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと冷たい指で涙拭ったあの日にはもう帰れない水平線目指して飛び立つ自分の願いを抱いて幾千万の星に呼ばれ交わりすれ違う守り手たちよ回る回る時に抗って未来を願ってもいいですか儚さから目をそらしたぐりせる道の兆しの向こうかける希望あなたの光あなたの命いたずらに知らさないようにそっとくれた記憶胸に熱く灯し約束の地へもう振り返らずに恋願う歌は空高く世界に銀河に広がってくそれがいつか風となり消えて新たな日が始まる越えてゆく時の輪の中で確かに刻みつけたきらめき同じ空誰かが見上げてる信じたから消されない虹の奇跡残した
So after a few pauses from both these teams to try to figure out a few things of itself, we are now back underway for Game 3 between Akuma Sabers and Elysium Aries, and well, there was potentially some hope from Akuma Sabers to try to maybe find someone out in the bot lane there, but not going to find much. But other important things to note: Coffee and Akuma Sabers I've elected to go with the Kasante jungle. I don't know. I don't know.
I wish they had not done this, but you know, if they win, results-based analysis says it must have been good. Otherwise, we're at least playing another game at the very least. And hey, maybe this is the bone that Akuma needed to throw for Elysium Ares to kind of bite and come back into the series. We got what we wanted though, right? Susurration playing these tanks. We've got Tough Daddy on the Smolder. We've got Dark Lord Oswald on an 80 carry this time around, a marksman. So maybe there is a chance here for us to see something that we haven't really gotten throughout most of the series.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, it is a marksman for Dark Lord Oswald. I don't know if it's exactly the one I was hoping for. Samira, hasn't necessarily been all that meta in recent patches. When I say recent patches, we're like recent years at this point.
Yeah, we've
I don't
been
know.
seeing it. Yeah, there's obviously we kind of saw at MSI this year, Jan and Core JJ on Team Liquid were the ones to try to pick up the Samira. It's been picking up a little bit of steam, obviously with lethality items, or with crit items just in general being changed and being a little bit more expensive and a little less effective. Lethality is perfectly fine. Also, I will say, into someone like the Lushinami, it is some way that you can try to play for early power spikes and try to play for early lane. So I think as an idea, it's perfectly fine. Just in this league, we don't have that many Samira players. Really, the only one that really kind of comes to mind immediately is XG Leviathan and their bottom lane. There are ones to try to pick this up especially, so I'm kind of looking forward to what Oswald and Hooked on Flays can do because they've had a very quiet 2 games now, back-to-back, and they kind of need to wake up. It's what we were talking about during Game 2 and what we need to see in Game 3 if they want any chance of kind of standing to even take a game here in this series, which they haven't really done at all, nor in any competitive fashion either. Game 1 was the most competitive by far, and it is, in terms of momentum, really feeling like Akuma can get a lot done. Now, I'm not going to say that I'm an expert, but it does seem like this Cassante clear is notoriously slow.
Yeah, looking at it alone, both junglers move to the start top, move to the bottom half of the map, and that's OP Killswitch picking up the Scuttle Crab there as the Krugs were getting cleared by Coffee. So yeah, not exactly the most ideal clear. Maybe not the most, at least as I saw Toomey saying a bit earlier there, the most insane sort of clear. Or I guess it might be insane in the why did we pick this sort of direction actually.
There's just no threat onto this this Smolder. It's gonna really come down to Basting and Matt G being able to play in specific ranges where they can try to get onto Smolder, but such a reliable frontline. Gragas, Jarvan, and this Nautilus all provide meaningful ways of being able to stop the opponent. So this is going to require for Akuma to have another situation where they are very far ahead and they are stomping a lot of these fights. Now, Cassante can be a champion, especially in jungle. If you're looking for 1v1s, he can be very potent in that manner, especially if we look at him through the lens of how he plays in top lane. Being able to remove the enemy jungler, similar to something like a Poppy in that manner. But I think for what this game requires is maybe a little bit too greedy, and we'll see. Again, it comes down to execution. Maybe this Cassante is something that's a little bit more fun, and we potentially comes later on into the series when we talk about grand finals if we see either of these teams.
Yeah, but I mean, just another update on the jungling. Coffee's just getting to his first set of camps, and meanwhile, OP Killswitch is already moving over to the Gromp there. It's certainly a bit questionable about 9 CS up there. I mean, maybe this is some tech that I'm not aware of. Maybe as soon as the Sheen comes through onto the Cassante, might.
I mean, Sheen does nothing though. Sheen gives him 10 ability haste, and Cassante base AD is not particularly interesting or high. So I
oh, we do have
yeah,
a game coming
I think
through.
this
OP
is mostly just
Killswitch
them playing
is
around.
here. Flash away from Eclipse coming out. So at the very least, support won't have that summoner spell available. There, Hooked on Flays still here, and also we're still in the area. OP Killswitch kind of just hanging around, especially as we have the Drake coming up, spawning now. Be a trade of looking like it'll be a trade objectives from the 2 junglers here.
Yeah. Cassante, not someone that usually takes, especially grubs, not particularly fast, but can't imagine it's going to be that bad. Basing kind of just constantly trading onto Gragas. It's a matchup that is going to get tougher and tougher. There's a moment where after first item, Susurration can try to look for something if Basting hasn't finished his Triforce, but once that happens, it becomes very difficult to try to trade with Camille, and at that point, then it becomes a matter of, especially as Gragas, which is the case in most matches for Gragas, is being able to very softly just trade in bursts to try to maximize how much healing you're getting from your passive, and then also being able to stop Camille with your body slam during the hook shot. So we're talking a lot about matchups. There's not much to talk about in terms of what's actually happening in the game. We're seeing a lot of farming. I think for Matt G, not really applying too much pressure on turrets, especially with this Lucian Ami, which is typically what we want to see. And all the while, Tough Daddy started off with that Cole, level 1, and he's just going to be able to continue to farm up in this situation. So a solid enough game strategy that has brought Elysium Aries a ton of wins has just put Tough Daddy on Smolder. He's been one of the best Smolders, I think the best Smolder in the league.
He's hit level 6 now off that. We saw him kind of starting to invade a little bit earlier. Susurration is out of mana though. Well, Tough Daddy going to be able to poke Veildir completely out. Going to force Veildir to miss a bit of experience there. But doesn't appear to be much else from the few. But it's kind of an awkward position now for Veildir, especially with OP kill switch and Hooked on Flaze in the area. Hold on, Coffee. Perhaps stepped a little bit too far forward. Going to just jump away now. But it's going to be so much CC coming through. Not a lot of damage in the immediate aftermath of this one, but he's already low. Susurration, hold on, going low, going to have to flash, all out use, Basting no! Power for the attempt to dive, and now Coffee also getting claimed. So 2 kills going on the side of Elysium Aries, and yeah, I believe this is actually the first blood for Elysium in the series.
Finally, they're able to get something done. It does come off the back of Akuma playing really far up, I think too much in that case. Hooked on Flaze made the roam up. We saw them get the punish, and I mean, that 1v1 between the top laners happens, right? Like, no longer has flash, he tried to trade. That happens, but for Coffee, I think that was more of an inexcusable mistake where you're not going to be able to contest on the Raptors. Enemy support is there, you lose out on the death, and I don't know, I'm still in a position where I really hate what Akuma have done with this game, where they've taken this Cassante, because not only have you kind of thrown some of the matches up in haywire from what we were expecting from draft, but also now you're putting Coffee in a spot where he really needs to farm and doesn't have all that much early agency, and that is usually not a good thing for Akuma. He is so focused on getting his own advantage, making sure that he's able to dictate the game, that when you take away some of that agency, some of that voice, I think Akuma do tend to struggle. So I think purposefully hampering themselves for what I perceive to be a fun game is not exactly what I want to see and what I think the audience deserves for a team that we expect to be seeing in grand finals, especially as our first seed coming in from the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously like the counterpoint, which is they're up 2-0, maybe open up something. If it works, it could open up something for the finals that the other teams have to consider going into it. But we have another game coming through, 3v3 in this one. That's Hooked on Flaze taken low, and Matt G picking up the kill. Very quickly getting that one onto the Nautilus. No real chance to proc the Aftershock there to keep himself alive and get those defensive stats. And yeah, very well done.
So they get the kill. Let's see how many turret plates are actually able to get. There's already 2 been taken here. By Magi and Eclipse, trying to look, potentially they can go for a third, but grubs are spawning. You've got Dragon in a minute afterwards as well. Gonna have to expect to see a little bit more focus. I think Basing could potentially look for a solo here. How's the ultimate?
Does he find it? Susurration's taking him low though. Basting will start to heal up a little bit with the health pots coming
there. It is.
Will dodge it out on the Hextech ultimatum, but it's just not enough damage to take down Susurration in a very hairy 1v1. Susurration comes out the winner.
Now Susurration can take a recall after pushing this wave. The TPs will be coming up as well. And all this time, Tough Daddy has just been wailing away on this mid turret. He got a little bit of chunk damage earlier on this turret. He has the Demolish as well. this Smolder is going to become more and more a problem, and we talked about it at the beginning of the game, but who is supposed to get on top of him? Is it Camille? Well, there's a Gragas who not only is winning the 1v1, but also has the Jarvan and the Nautilus afterwards to stop. Coffee starting this up. Looks like they're going to at least get 4 grubs, and with Hooked on Flays kind of moving away, it seems like they're going to give these 6 grubs and try to play for the second dragon, making sure they can get that in their back pocket. And man, I'm really worried for all of Akuma. Yes, you were able to get that kill in the bottom lane, but I mean, now you're giving more plates. There's obviously great stacking coming from Tough Daddy. This is a tough spot to play from.
Yeah, it's not exactly the look we've come to accustomed to from Akuma Sabers. Counterpoint. This is it's the Akuma way. Kind of.
Is the Akuma way purposely
Akuma way.
trolling draft and then losing and making? I mean, part of that is true. But like,
yeah,
I just want to see more
actually,
competitive integrity from our top team. I think that's fair for me to ask from our team. And they've obviously hamstrung themselves in a way that I don't know if they necessarily kind of. I'm sure that they are okay with throwing a game. I want to be the competitive purist. I want to see them play really well. We already saw 2 really good games from them, and I think a third one would only solidify the fact that they are the best team here in Blue Water Diamond League. So I think purposely hamstringing yourself and then also giving over some of the opponent's best champions to them is a bit worrisome, and especially since we are in a full Fearless, we have those special stipulations for Game 4 and 5.
Coffee is coming through. The Hextech Ultimatum will dodge out the explosive cask, and now all out to use Cesaration will hop away, keep himself alive a little bit longer. Slow comes through. Is the damage enough onto Cesaration? No, it's not just yet, but no one else is in the area. Basing still having a decent amount of health. Means that maybe he could find something a little bit later. Oh.
Hey. Coffee on DC right now, brother. If you're going to be playing the Cassante, you got to stay connected for the whole game. Maybe it was the nieces. The Elysium Ares nieces are coming through again. That through line from Game 2.
Yeah, there's definitely, I mean, maybe not definitely, but potential for some insider work there from Elysium Ares on the side of Coffee. Did mention earlier that was having other problems coming through, but as we sit around for a little bit longer, waiting to see if it comes back through, Cesaration there, performing really well in the top lane. Star also going for a very scaly sort of build here already, straight out with the Rod of Ages getting picked up, and then straight into the tier as well. The choice there. For
that's
the top
fine.
But,
obviously, recognizing that this game is going to be going a little bit longer, gives him HP. Rod of Ages is just generally a very good item on Gragas. It gives all the stats that he would want. Sans maybe ability haste, but has the ability power, the HP, the mana. All of these things I think are pretty relevant. For where we're at in the game, again, Tough Daddy sitting on the Smolder, 135 stacks at 13.5 minutes. Perfectly fine. Again, I think the best Smolder here in Blue Water League. And I mean, Coffee hasn't even finished his first item, and usually that's not super important for junglers, as the first item typically gives them an item spike, but doesn't necessarily change how they play. Cassante with a Iceborne Gauntlet is significantly more powerful than a champion without, not only in terms of the stats, but the ability to slow your opponent, being able to constantly apply that damage reduction as well. I think very important for how Coffee wants to be able to try to play this game, and while he has the individual agency to make plays, he doesn't have that same kind of go button that a Vi would, or something like a Xin or Sejuani would. So we'll have to see, kind of waiting on that pause for him to kind of come back. And I still just have a lot of problems with a game where we have a Lucianami that doesn't have a significant enough advantage. They have 2 plates and they're even in CS. And we have a Smolder that is up in CS, 0-0-0 at 13.5 minutes as perfect stacks. That is very, very worrisome for Akuma's game plan.
I mean, really, this is exactly what Elysium Ares kind of wants. This is something that, in Game 1 we mentioned, haha, Elysium Ares 40-minute game, but it is exactly what's it's the sort of situation, the sort of way that they play. But I think as we wait around a little bit longer, kind of just
Restarting the
hanging on.
router. There we go.
Yeah, router restart according to Matt G. Coming out there. Yeah, so I guess we'll probably just.
Yeah, we can go ahead and kick it to a break. So we're going to wait for Coffee to hopefully reconnect and kind of solve that pause. And when we're back, we'll be here with Game 3 of Akuma Sabers versus Elysium Aries.
And we are back. Coffee does have his internet reconnected. And hold on, straight away, Hooked on Play is going to drop the dredge line coming through. Or not quite the dredge line, I should say. The return coming through. Eclipse picks up that first clear. Dark Lord Oswald does get his ultimate now, but it's not enough to find the kill. OP Killswitch is here to try to turn this one around. Does get the first kill coming down, but Veildir is here. OP Killswitch nowhere to go as Veildir uses Justice Punch to find some early damage too. Eclipse now going to heal himself back up.
Oh!
It's almost from the flag and drag. Very audacious from OP Killswitch to try to turn that one around and trade it back, but it's not quite going to get that there as we sit 4 for 4 on the total kill score. WoW is 1k up total across. Oh! Yay! Mom is called. There it is. Tough Daddy going to get that one. Please tell me we're not going to get the.
No.
Coffee
He's disconnected and reconnected. He's back for now. He's moving around. He's doing a little bit of wiggling on the screen. I feel bad for Coffee. Obviously, I don't know about you, but I have played in a amateur/rec league and had internet go out. Obviously, having internet go out during a video game just in general, especially for one like League, is always super upsetting, but kind of as is, that was still a very good play coming out from Akuma. They ended up going 2 for 3 in that play, and they were kind of able to take away, I think, some pretty key summoner spells. The flash from Hooked on Flays, the flash especially from someone like Jarvan, meaning that he can't overextend onto this backline yet again. It's going to be something that I'm going to be looking forward to, as now we've got the Herald. Everybody has moved up here from the side of Elysium Ares, and for Akuma, they are missing a few summoner spells here, and or more importantly for me, the fact that they don't have the Hero's Entrance coming in from Galio should mean that they're not allowed to contest this objective.
Yeah, that semi-global ultimate not going to be available, especially as no one's really there moving over towards it. It's a fine enough one to concede at this point, I think. Obviously, Rift Herald can start to maybe open up this map a little bit. I mean, the top lane tower is down about half health, but I mean, really, there's not too much available for Akuma to lose. Is that they would essentially they'd almost certainly lose a lot more. Contesting that, hold on, basing will find slow there into Susurration.
There's also a bot lane dive that's potentially here. You saw that Veildir was sitting in Fog of War, and immediately Tough Daddy, not knowing where multiple members of Akuma are, just backs up. He's like, okay, I don't know where they are. I don't know have my jungler here either, so I have to play really safe. Hooked on Plays eventually made it, but by the time that happened,
won't quite find this flag and dragon.
He's bugged.
That is a very odd interaction there. For oh no, Basing, don't tell. Oh my God, Susurration. No way. Okay, he doesn't live, but Susuration's going to be killed in return. That is absolutely tragic for Susurration. The explosive cast kept Basting alive long enough to turn that back into a 1-for-1. It is sad boy hours there for Susurration.
Yeah, Susuration's not having the best time, but honestly, I think it's fine for where it's at. He's 3-1 versus this Camille right now, and while his mid lane is finally getting pushed in, Veildir did have to come over and cover. So, as is, I think this is fine for Elysium. They're up 1,500 gold. Their Smolder has been stacking unabated. I'm going to keep talking about this because Smolder is such an influential piece to Elysium Ares' game plan here. And they still have the dragon on spawn here, ready to go. Galio can TP, but again, he's going to be missing that Hero's Entrance, so missing a big piece of their engage. Susurration can cover this wave, then look to TP, so Veildir has to be really careful with how he plays this top wave. Otherwise, he can get trapped here, and suddenly they're in a pretty sticky situation.
Oswald's going to be taking a really good chunk of health out of him on that Coaling coming through. Coffee will prevent the flag and drag from OP Killswitch to start this one out. All out from Coffee, going to be used. They're down to half health for now. Mom called, Hooked on Plays, finally gets claimed by Coffee, who kind of hops forward a little bit again. Bit audaciously, Basting is in the area and teleport will be used by Veildir to dissuade any sort of advance from Elysium Ares as the third Drake goes to the side of Akuma Sabers and is their first of the game.
So look at the TP out from Veildir, but I really feel strongly that despite Oswald getting chunked there, they should still continue to force. Coffee no longer having the ultimate, you know that Galio doesn't have it. Matt G and Eclipse just used both of their pairs to try to make sure that play in mid went off. I think you should still feel very secure about your position in the game, looking for that play. And Unfortunately, they don't feel the same. They lose out on that dragon, and as is, their lane assignments are a little wonky here, as because of the constant kind of swapping, they're missing out on a little bit of gold here, and I think the biggest loser out of all of this is Dark Lord Oswald, as someone who hasn't really been able to kind of apply pressure on this Samira. He's been just playing, I think, generic AD carry number 7 for the most part. We haven't seen really too many Samira plays, and I mean, his bot lane also, just the bot lane in general, hooked on Flays, is constantly getting caught out, which is a little troublesome, and something that we saw, I think, especially in Game 1, we were taking just a little too much damage, and kind of getting taken out before objectives means that Elysium Ares can't contest.
Yeah, and they're left out of this one again, especially since they were stacking up the dragons there. Won't be able to get to Soul Point for now, giving that one away for free. Does give Akuma Sabers a little bit of room to breathe. Something that I haven't been given too much of. Like, it's not the worst case scenario for Elysium Ares. They definitely don't mind scaling up again, especially since Tough Daddy. So we take a look at his stacks now, is sitting on 209 at the present moment. He's very near that 225 mark. 20 minutes. Well, on Flag and Drag, and now the Cataclysm will be dropped onto Eclipse. Depth Charge as well. Eclipse not quite going to find the dredge line, but one more Flag, one more Drag from OP Kill Switch will get the kill onto the Akuma support.
Just buys a little bit of time. Does mean that Matt G doesn't have as much kill threat in mid, and hopefully with this, Elysium Ares are able to take control of this lane and push it in and use this to spread their vision, mostly to help out Tough Daddy, but also maybe prevent Susurration from getting in a situation where there's 3 people in his lane at any given moment. He is going to be particularly tough to kill now in about a minute's time, especially with now the Seraph stun and the Rod of Ages almost complete for him. Should be a target that I think not really a target for Akuma to be looking for, and it's kind of a look towards this dragon in 2.5 minutes time that I'm looking forward to, as Tough Daddy taking this bottom lane turret shouldn't be under any threat here. No one else really
will drop the Hextech ultimatum, as well as the hero's entrance getting layered over it. It's the classic Camille Galio combinations, exactly how that's supposed to be played. And going to be a shutdown going over to Veiled here.
With them making that play, however, they are trading here on the opposite side. Susurration is taking the top tier 2. It's going to be a lot of current gold for maybe future loss, as this does mean that with this wave being so far pushed in, it's going to be pretty tough for them to continue to revisit this lane. And in trade, Akuma not only get the kill onto Tough Daddy, but they also get that mid-tier one. Maybe they look for more onto Susurration.
Far up. Eclipse is here. Won't quite find the bubble going down. There's a tidal wave, flash away, some Susurration, but still gets hit by it. It's fine for now. Coling being dropped. A lot of damage getting taken onto Susurration, going down now. Matt G picking up that kill. Vailder will be stopped by the Cataclysm, and with 3 members on the opposite side of the map, it is a decent trade of kills. I mean, I would assume it's going to be a trade.
Oh wait, they're just starting Baron. I mean, Tough Daddy TP mid to grab the mid-tier 2, but they're starting Baron knowing that kill switch is on the opposite side of the map. This is a great play, but it's now teleport coming in from base thing. This should just be a free Baron going over to Akuma. Great call.
Yeah, it's just a lot committed to opposite side of the map, but with the Baron up and with OP kill switch on the bottom half of the map, it's a bit over-ambitious from Elysium Ares. A bit of, and you know, not even a bit of a blunder, just honestly a massive blunder at this point, considering Akuma Sabers have been, they've been completely out of it, but definitely been just kind of on the back foot there, really.
We have not seen in this series Elysium Ares play with any kind of pressure or priority or the fact that they need to engage first. It is always them reacting to Akuma, which is why I think this matchup stylistically favors Akuma, and why I think we saw most of the community vote in favor of Akuma, not only because of their regular season performance, but thinking of how Elysium like to play is, hey, we're going to slowly choke you out of a game. We're going to make sure that we're in strong positions, that we have scaling champions to be able to have strong team fights. But when it comes to pushing forward the game, pressing the tempo in the game, it's just not really been their strong suit, unless it's with something that's a little bit more, I guess, in your face. Something like an Amumu, which has a very clear we need to go forward button. And hopefully Jarvan can kind of activate that for Elysium. But as is, Dragon's going to be started. Basting and Coffee are now sitting on flanks here, with Vailder starting up the Dragon. They need to be able to stick together, and they also need to be able to mark their opponents. They do not know that Coffee is here until right now.
They see him now. Basting goes over the wall. Will find out Tough Daddy. Hextech Ultimate Kingdom coming through, and the layering from the Galio gets the kill onto Tough Daddy. Now onto the Nautilus. So Serration's explosive cast will keep himself alive for a little bit longer as Dark Lord Oswald does manage to get the kill there. Basting now on the backside of that fight picks that one up. So Serration goes down. Dark Lord Oswald goes in. Can he find any more? Won't quite hit that S rank on the Samira. Won't quite get the damage he needs to come through. And it's 5-1 to the side of Akuma Sabers in an absolutely emphatic fashion.
Great job from Akuma. Just insane team fighting, I think, coming out from Basting and Coffee. We knew about this Wombo combo coming in, and they executed. I had my doubts about whether or not Camille and Cassante, as well as Vailder, were going to be able to apply pressure onto Tough Daddy, but he still had the flash up. Immediately, they use the Hextech Ultimatum, and they just call down the heavens. They call in the rest of the Boom Squad, and just take down the mid laner of Elysium Ares, and that's kind of all of their damage immediately going out the window, because Dark Lord Oswald, short-ranged, doesn't have a lot of answers into some of the immediate crowd control that this Akuma team has. So, I mean, we get to kind of see the composition in action here, and despite a pretty troublesome early game in those first 15 minutes, now this game is starting to kind of go the way of Akuma. We're seeing that flair for engage that they tend to have, and some of that style that we kind of got to see throughout the entire series, with them outplaying some of their opponents, but still being really explosive in team fights.
Yeah, and it's even made more impressive by the fact that, you know, they were sitting a few K gold back. Something that, a situation that we don't find Akuma in all too often, and yet they still managed to keep things in order and find exactly what they need to take these wins. Tough Daddy just, as you said, completely marked out of that fight, even though he's over 225 marks now. Hold on, Basting maybe in a little bit of trouble. Tough Daddy and OP Killswitch are here, but so is Coffee, and both teams will decide that's not the fight that they want to take.
Okay. This is a bit of a worrisome spot. Looks like Dark Lord Oswald is going to be closer to a third item, but as is, I mean, you take a look at the map right now, you look at their inventories, Vailder's close to his third item, Magi's already completed 3, Basting and Coffee are sitting on 2 pretty strong items for what their champions want to be able to do, and I mean, from here on, I mean, Oswald still needs to get some kind of armor shred if he wants to deal any damage to Coffee. And if he does that, then he's not going to have any survivability from something like a Bloodthirster or a Shield Bow coming in from Samir versus a Camille and a Lucian. So he's stuck in a tough spot here of having to pick one or the other. And it's not until 4 items will he'll be able to really have the option to go for both. So as is, 27 minutes into this game, a tough spot for Elysium Ares. They are so heavily indexed on Tough Daddy kind of clearing the game for them. And I just don't know if that's going to be enough, especially since we already kind of got a taste for what that looks like.
Oh, so Serration, the full AP Gragas, not exactly have the most survivability, especially when you have 2 members around. Hextech Ultimatum will drop, and so will Susration in short order. Vailder once again picking up another kill this fight. That really won't be returned. Hold on, Tough Daddy will find Coffee alone as a few of these recalls have now gone through. He's the only one in terror. Will go all out for this one to try to take Tough Daddy as far away as possible. Flash away. They're not going to stop here. Dredgeline does come down, and surely that is Tough Daddy pick up the kill. But whoa, hold on. There was a Samira there, I think. Not there anymore. Tough Daddy going to have to trade flashes with Vailder to keep himself alive a little bit longer to prevent himself from getting taunted coming through. But Basting in the area now doesn't have the Hextech Ultimatum just yet. Hero's entrance will find through, and it's a lot of damage from Matt G on the culling. Gets 2 there. Traded between them and Vailder. Double kill for Vailder coming through onto Tough Daddy with no more room left. And that's another ace going over to Akuma Sabers.
This entire series, I think that the solo laners here for Akuma have really put up a bid for MVP in not only their own roles, but just across the league. This has been a really, really solid series from the 2 of these guys. Basting and Vailder working in tandem this time with the Camille and Galio, and just absolutely running this series versus Elysium Ares. We're now having a Baron started here at 28.5 minutes, even with Coffee nowhere near, even with them losing their mid inhibitor turret, it just doesn't matter to Akuma. And now they're going to take this Baron. They've got 40 seconds before the Dragon as well.
Saturation does have the explosive cast go, though we'll use that early. A bit too early to really threaten any sort of steal. That's Baron going over to the side of Akuma Sabers.
And that might just be the game, right? Like, we've seen this team fight now twice where, yes, Tough Daddy is able to escape and he's able to get one member maybe with the execute, but time and time again, Basing and Vailder, they know their targets, they know exactly what they need to do in a team fight, and they're executing, not only against Tough Daddy, but also Oswald, who, on the Samira, just has not been it. And across the series, I just think that him and Susurration, this is a really bad time to have bad series as single elimination playoff bracket, and this is potentially some of the last games of Elysium Ares that we'll be seeing here for the Blue Otter Diamond League.
At the very least, we're talking about Dark Lord Oswald. Does have the Mortal Shield Bow getting picked up on after that last fight, so there's still going to be a little bit of survivability available to them. They're just going to run it down mid. As we know, as mentioned earlier, there is no mid inhibitor tower, but when we stopped just in short order, the empowered Baron minions just slightly too much to push out, and they commit a lot to this side and will just kind of force themselves out of the Dragon Pit. I'm going to have to assume that maybe, do we start?
I think what they were going to look for, they don't really care about this Dragon, to be fair. Like, it's not Soul, it's not going to even put them near it. They're going to have to wait another 7 minutes afterwards if they want to try to get this done. So just push through mid. You have 6 grubs as well with this Baron. I want to see them play for their lanes. The dragons just don't matter. The dragon is still going to be there after you take all of these structures. So I think what Elysium Ares were trying to do is push through mid, but they just didn't have enough minions. They could have then potentially faded towards bottom lane, but with that incoming wave from mid, it just meant that they couldn't do either. They got stuck, and it turns into a bigger lead now for Akuma, who not only get that bottom tier 2, but now grab the dragon as well. They're going to be able to come back into mid, play on this mid wave if they want. I'm trying to look at their items. Really only Matt G has to take a reset right now with 1900 gold, but aside from that, they should be looking to continue to play with this Baron. Do not care about the enemy team right now in this moment.
Yeah, we do have a few moments left on that, with nothing really on the map. It's just full defense from the side of Elysium Ares, but OP kill switch perhaps a little bit too far forward. We'll use the flag and drag to get himself out a little bit farther, but yeah, I mean, with Elysium Ares and full retreat, all they can do is, I mean, kind of just put it on a hope and a prayer if they can pick out anyone here. Coffee getting forward once again, trying to get whoever he can, but just sit back and wait for a little bit longer for maybe any signs of life from Elysium Ares at this point. They haven't had too many since around 10 minutes, honestly.
Yeah.
On Susurration. Wait, Susurration. Oh no, Susurration. This is that's unfortunate. Explosive cast will be dropped, try to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. It's a really good one to put Coffee and Veil there as far away as possible. There's just too many members of Akuma Sabers nearby to really do anything about that. And so now down Susurration, down an extra player, Tough Daddy will be the target of the Hextech ultimatum. No hero's entrance just yet. Will come through now to keep his top laner alive.
There's no way that Tough Daddy does that much damage that we need to use the hero's entrance. They're just gonna fight.
Hold. They're going to fight it. Good, fairly decent amount of damage coming out from the start of the fight from Elysium Ares, but it's just not enough at this point.
Tough Daddy
is still alive though. Shut down. Going to get picked up by Dark Lord Oswald on the back side of that though. Dark Lord Oswald flashed forward and will be traded by Eclipse. He's going to try to pick this one out a bit more. Sea level now. BA will be able to get the ult pretty soon with the other members here. Well, he doesn't need the ult, but that will be the execute from Tough Daddy. But a lot of damage coming through.
There's a teleport.
G teleport from the back side will force the side of Akuma Sabers away.
Oh!
Great from Vailder! Vailder flashes in. Vailder does an absolute lot of work there. Matt G following up with the damage, but it's still the Vailder show getting alive. Oh my god, he doesn't even get executed by Tough Daddy either. Incredible stuff from the bot mid duo of Akuma Sabers to turn that one around in their favor. And yeah, it's oh my goodness, wow.
Vailder, the GOAT brother! He has had 3 amazing games! I know I just said it a few minutes ago, but That play right there saves it with Susurration coming in off of the flank. It looked potentially doomed there for Akuma. And right there and then, he just calls his shot, finds the taunt onto Tough Daddy, and they're able to stop Dark Lord Oswald and the rest of this team from being able to find any purchase back into this game. Now they can push on mid. They have the Baron spawning in a minute, Dragon in 2 afterwards. This is such a great series for Akuma. A lot of my own, tribulations and kind of speculation of what was going to happen in this game, it's out the window right now. The two solo laners for Akuma have just had a banger series between the two of them, and honestly, kind of defining when it comes to Akuma with what we've saw from the entire season, all season long. Basting being one of the best individual top laners. Bailder being one of the best individual mid laners, and it's all coming to a head at the right time here in playoffs in the semifinals.
Yeah, and from what earlier in this game might have looked like, especially when you look at the fact that he had a very quickly stacking Smolder and a Cassante jungle from Akuma Sabers, it was looking like we would pretty fairly comfortably have a game 4 on our hands. Really, just a lot of solid play from the side of Akuma Sabers in these fights. And now as we get on a little bit longer, they're going to start up their third Baron. But there is a potential way in for the side of Elysium Ares. Susurration will be found out by Eclipse, but going to be a lot of damage nearby. But here's the important part. Dark Lord Oswald will be found. Is the damage not quite coming through just yet. Now on the backside of this fight, it might be Akuma Sabers far a little bit too forward. And Matt G will get that kill on the backside, and no kills just yet from the side of Elysium Ares. But here comes through Dark Lord Oswald getting that first kill.
Wow.
But that's a lot of AoE damage. Coffee going all out. Coffee getting that double kill. Coffee going forward. We haven't seen too much from him from now. The turnaround from Dark Lord Oswald's not enough. It's a very solid effort, but Coffee in that fight specifically comes up big, and it's the ace for Akuma Sabers, and it's surely the series for Akuma Sabers, as there's no one left on the side of Elysium Ares to stop this advance.
It's the first seed from regular season. It's the first seed coming into playoffs, and it's almost the entire community sentiment. Akuma Sabers are going to go on to the grand finals and look to challenge whoever is on the other side for that grand championship here in the Blue Otter Diamond League. A fantastic 3-0 series coming from them, and honestly, pretty heartwarming when we think of the expectations for this team and what we want to see from them coming into the grand finals.
Yeah, and I mean, as a team overall, it was very well from them to get their heads down, to not kind of lose it mentally and not just kind of say, well, we selected Cassante jungle, we move on to this one. Veildir specifically in a few of those fights, absolutely essential there, coming through. And yeah, this is the performance that we expected from our top seed. I know they had those hiccups in week 7 and week 8, that there were definitely a few question marks at the time of whether or not this Akuma Sabers team were holding it together, or whether they were falling apart. But I will say, it does appear at this point in time that news of their death was greatly over-exaggerated.
I mean, they lost two series. Happens. I think to expect them to lose anywhere between first and third was perfectly fine. But yeah, that was a really great series, and obviously GG's over to Elysium Ares for their performance. We look at just coming into week 2, they were 0-2, and then they make a 5-week tear in the regular season. They go almost undefeated for 5 weeks in a row. Obviously going down in week 8 and week 9 to end the season at 6-3. I think that's a perfectly reasonable. In 7 weeks, they went 6-1. I think that is an incredible story for them, and honestly, I think that this team should hold their head high, especially for some of the expectations that they had coming into the season, and nothing else but I think congratulations to them for making top 4. It obviously is a 10-team league. Making top 4 is really impressive, and their games up to this point were really great. Even their 5-game series was fun to watch, but some of the things that were holding them back throughout the regular season and even in their latest playoff series, I think really came to bite them. And obviously playing against the first seed, if you're gonna swing at the king, you can't miss. So,
yeah. Well, honestly they did take a really good really good swing at Akuma Sabers, but the punch back from Akuma was just too strong. But with that, I believe we will send it out for the evening. Thank you for tuning in, everyone, for the Blue Otter League Diamond Semifinals between Akuma Sabers and Elysium Aries. I've been Isaac. Alongside me, always amazing Alt Battery, and behind the scenes, Wookie Monster doing a really good job there, keeping this one going. And we'll see you next week for the finals.